Well, but it would not shock me if they lost to San Diego State.
Me either.
Yeah. I mean, moving forward, nothing in this tournament will shock me.
Yeah, I'll point out they did lose to Tennessee. They did lose to UConn. They did lose to Gonzaga of those games.
Well, let me take that back. They're not going to lose to Princeton. This magical ride for Princeton is almost over.
Right, they're not going to play Princeton.
Yeah, I think Princeton comes to a crashing halt against.
I will say this.
Creighton.
I will say this at the Yum Center. It should be dominated by Alabama fans. I cannot imagine many San Diego State fans traveling. I can't imagine Princeton has many fans. Creighton's a good fan base. I think they'll travel.
Yeah, Creighton will travel.
Yeah, but I think if you're an Alabama fan and you just want to go up there and buy tickets, I think the ticket, and I would imagine the ticket's less expensive than it was in Birmingham.
Well, I'll tell you this,
easy.
But Sunday ticket's going to be really, really pricey if, in fact, it's Bama and Creighton. Creighton's never been to a Final Four. They've only gotten to one Elite Eight, too.
Neither's Alabama.
Yeah, so I'm just saying it will be for those fan bases to see their team finally get to a Final Four. So I think that'll be. If it was Saturday, it would be more, but it'd still be a pricey ticket.
If you're just trying to buy 2 all sessions, now this is upper level, $166 each for both sessions in Louisville. That's 3 games, 2 sessions.
That gets you into the Yum Arena at $166 for 3 games right now.
Get in for 3 games. You couldn't get in the Saturday night's game for $166. That's right. In Birmingham.
Such an easy drive up I-65, Alabama fans. And in fact, we will be up there on Friday. And we'll be doing parts of our show from up there on Friday, 9 to 1 Central. Alabama tips off before 6 o'clock whenever they decide to tip. What is that, 5:40?
Yeah, something like that.
This is the tip time. So stay with us all week long. We'll tell you where you can come hang out and have a cocktail with us. We're going to be down in the Yum Center area doing our show on Friday. So make plans to, if you're going up to Louisville, watch us this week. We'll send out on social media, Taylor will build a cool graphic for you, and we'll pass it along to when you can come join us.
Do you think Bama fans will hang out if they beat San Diego State for Princeton and Creighton? Because you would assume if Alabama fans all get behind Princeton, I'd much rather play Princeton than Creighton.
We thought this. I mean, there was a lot of talk about who Alabama fans
What's their mascot? Come on, Tigers.
Cheer for Saturday night. It is Tigers. I don't know. I mean, you'd much rather play again. I mean, I've always looked at it this way: I can either play Creighton or the team that was good enough to beat Creighton. You know what makes Princeton such a good deal if they're good enough to beat Creighton? These
Cinderella runs come to an end, though.
I agree. $58 get in for just the Friday night games.
Come on, Alabama fans!
$58.
Come on, Alabama fans!
Some of the games that Princeton has lost this year, I mean. I've got this. They lost to Delaware, Brown, and Dartmouth. I think Dartmouth was like 268 in the
That's
net.
all conference law. You know, it's conference play, Lance.
Yeah, and
gets heated.
Delaware wasn't.
Probably had to play Brown right before a final exam. Samuel says, today I learned what state Creighton is actually in. That is Omaha, Nebraska.
You know, I went to a Creighton game when I was out at the Monowai trip.
They are, to me, right in this period of time, what UAB was under Gene Bartow in the early 80s.
Yeah, they packed. I went to their arena. It's a very nice arena downtown, right next to TD Ameritrade Field, where they play the baseball tournament. And it's a very nice arena. They packed it out. Providence and Ed Cooley, who's now the Georgetown coach.
Oh, has that been
today.
announced?
Yeah, it hasn't been announced, but all the reports are. I think.
Does that mean Patino to St. John's?
Could mean, yeah, Patino to St. John's. But anyway, Ed Cooley and Providence were in town against Creighton that night.
I don't get your UAB analogy.
UAB was they were in the Elite Eight. They were in the Sweet 16 a lot. They were playing really good basketball. They had a great fan support. They were always in the NCAA tournament under Gene Bartow.
No, I'm just saying,
and that's what Creighton is now. They've
been doing it for a decade, though.
It's a non-football, and UAB did in the 80s. Absolutely, they did in the 80s. Go back and look at what Bartow did. Non-football playing back then. Creighton doesn't really play major football either. To me, there was a lot of similarities between those two of what UAB was in the 80s and would love to get back to, and what Creighton is doing right now. And that McDermott guy, I think for a moment, was being mentioned for the Alabama job, and then Greg Byrne got Nate Oates. And the rest is, so far, a very short history lesson. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow, live at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Starting Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now, getting ready for a trip up to Louisville. How close are we to announcing where we'll be pregame on Friday?
I think a little T's working on it right now, Jimmy Dunaway.
All right, so
Friday and Saturday, by the way.
At some point today, we could have the announcement of where we'll be on Friday. Alabama plays early, so a chance to come hang out with us, have a little lunch, and raise a glass to Alabama in the Sweet 16 up in Louisville. Come hang out with us as we do our show live from up there on Friday. Details about all that coming up momentarily. We'll get back to basketball, a little football going on down at Auburn and at Alabama, and that's where we start today. First off, a big recruit in Tony Mitchell, suspended from the team after he was arrested. According to reports, fleeing law enforcement, which he ended up admitting to, at one point going 141 miles per hour to avoid police. First off, if I'm Tony Mitchell's family, I'm saying thank God he's alive.
No doubt.
At going 141 miles per hour trying to avoid law enforcement. Just thankful that you're alive to start with.
We randomly had a discussion at dinner last night, the fastest you've ever been driving.
Well,
My answer was 97.
I think I've hit 120.
I've hit 130.
I think 120 is the highest. And now maybe as a driver, I don't think I've ever gone that.
Yeah, and to me, 130 is insane.
Yeah. Now, I've been around Talladega in a NASCAR. I'm not counting that one. I'm counting an actual street legal vehicle.
Yeah, but you guys...
177 for me.
Yeah, that was almost 180.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So he gets clocked 78 and 55, and then he decides to try to elude police.
Well, because of what's in the contents of the car,
That's
including
right.
226 grams of marijuana, 7,000 and some change of cash, and some guns, or at least a gun,
back
according
in the
to
Smokey
reports.
and the Bandit days, you could sometimes get away with that.
You could. You're generally not going to do it today.
You can't outrun radio now.
No, not going to outrun the cops.
So Tony Mitchell is suspended from team activities, to which led to Nick Saban saying this last night.
Tony Mitchell has been suspended from the team and all team activities until we gather more information about the situation and what his legal circumstance is. And, guys, everybody's got an opportunity to make choices and decisions. There's no such thing in being at the wrong place at the wrong time. You got to be responsible for who you're with, who you're around, and what you do, who you associate yourself with, and the situations that you put yourself in. So, it is what it is, but there is, cause and effect when you make, choices and decisions that put you in bad situations.
A phrase we've heard Nick Saban say a lot over his time in Tuscaloosa, very much holding players responsible of their actions. But the phrasing of wrong place, wrong time instantly got people thinking back to this news conference back in February with Alabama basketball coach Nate Oates, after Brandon Miller was mentioned in a preliminary trial.
You can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor is he in any type of trouble in this case, like in the wrong spot at the wrong time. I'm not here to make excuses, but I want to make it clear that I didn't have the details from the hearing that morning since I was coming straight from practice. And I used a poor choice of words, making it appear like I wasn't taking this tragic situation seriously, which we have throughout the course of it. I sincerely apologize for that.
And that's something that's getting left out of all the Twitter conversation about what Nick Saban said last night and what Nate Oates said back then, is that Nate Oates realized what he said was wrong and then had to apologize for it later on. So the fact that Nick Saban is using wrong spot, wrong place, wrong time, whatever way you want to do it, that is a common discipline tactic by a coach. And Nate Oates admitted he was wrong when he said that back then.
Yeah, so when I first heard Saban say it, the first thing I thought about was Nate Oates.
Oh, yeah, I think a lot of people did.
Yeah, because Nate Oates had to, obviously, as we just saw, walk that thing back. Do I think it was premeditated from Saban? No.
Not at all.
Yeah, I don't know what you gain from that. Why would you take a shot at
You gain nothing.
what helps the athletic department?
Yeah, you gain nothing. Now, obviously, Clay thinks differently. We'll talk with him about that at 10. I think he sensationalized this one, as many blame Clay for doing on a lot of things. But I would be interested, and there's no way to know this. Now, it should be pointed out, because this also gets left out when everybody's talking about Nick Saban kneecapping Nate Oates, is that the University of Alabama quickly came back and told the reporters that were in the room that was not Nick Saban's intention. Well, I say the University of Alabama. It wasn't an official statement from Alabama. It's people within the athletic department who, according to Chase Goodbread, told multiple people there, not just like picking out, secret sources. They told multiple people there. Chase is the columnist for the Tuscaloosa News. That was not Coach Saban's intentions at all. It was just a phrase he used, and there was no intent to send a message to anybody other than his team and Tony Mitchell.
And I'll make this point because we're blessed to occasionally be around the Alabama coaches. If you remember the time when Nick Saban listed out what Texas A&M had done recruiting, who was in the room and on the stage with Nick Saban that night? It was me, Nick Saban, and who?
Nate Oates.
Nate Oates. The two have a great relationship. And we'll remind Clay of this when he joins us at 10 o'clock. And I think I'm right about this. Nick Saban has been to more Alabama basketball games in person this year than any other year in his time in Tuscaloosa. He's been there, and he's been there for Nate Oates and Greg Byrne. Once this all went down, Nick Saban showed up at the games to make sure he was offering Nate Oates his support. 100%. Doesn't get mentioned by people who don't come to the games or don't spend time in the interview rooms or around the coaches looking from afar. They make these assumptions off of words that are said, and you try to highlight and connect the dots. Sadly, the way a lot of political pundits do in our country today about our leaders in Washington saying things, they pick things out and they build up this bullshit narrative that has divided our country, and they're trying to do that in sports as well. So that's the conversation that is being had along and on the internet after you get a football coach disciplining a player.
Well, let me say this. Again, I do not think, and I'm trying to be clear here, I do not think Nick Saban was intentional in those comments. But I do believe Nick Saban heard Nate Oates mention those comments. I think it's almost impossible that he didn't hear Nate Oates.
This is a man who claimed, true or false, I'm not saying he's lying, but he claimed a couple of years ago he didn't even know it was Election Day.
Yeah, well,
so it's a pretty big day in America.
Yeah, but if he's out there supporting Nate Oates, he knows what he's supporting Nate Oates for. There's a reason he's going to the game.
Yeah, but I don't know that you can jump to the assumption that he knew what Nate Oates said. I don't know that if he did
I
or
don't
didn't.
know. I'm guessing. I assume
Yep.
he has heard the comments from Nate Oates. And again, I don't think there is any intention here by his comments.
I will say, I want to take your point just one step further, Dunaway. Nick Saban traditionally has sat kind of not in those courtside end zone tickets, up in the stands. His seats, quote unquote, his seats. I don't think Nick, gets in line, pays tie pride for those seats. I'm sure they come with him because keep in mind now, occasionally recruits are in town and they're at the basketball game and they may sit with Saban. I think that's,
he may come and you don't even really know he's there if you're watching on television.
Most of the time there's a buzz in the crowd.
Yeah.
However, in these games in question you're discussing, very visibly sitting bottom row end zone next to Greg Byrne, next to Justin Thomas in one game. Very visible. I mean, I don't think it was accidental that in Alabama basketball's most precarious and trying time, that Nick Saban was a very visible attendee to, I think, back-to-back home games.
Yeah, Kentucky, and I forget the other one, but
I
definitely
think
Kentucky.
Arkansas, right? I think Arkansas was the one where Justin Thomas sat next to him. Am I correct in that?
Oh, I forget which game that was, but I was at.
I think you were holding up the A.
It seems like I was there for every time Nick Saban was there.
So I did
Running
want,
security.
I did want to address this. Thank you for your service, Jimmy. I did want to address this in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. And it's moving so fast, I've lost who asked it. But someone asked, Trace asked, do you think if the Brandon Miller situation happened to a football player, Nick Saban would suspend them? I don't know that it's cut and dry. He would.
Yeah.
Now, there's a difference between the Tony Miller situation. Tony Mitchell. Thank you, Jim. The Tony Mitchell and the Brandon Miller. Tony Mitchell was arrested, was charged. Brandon Miller was not.
That's right. That's a huge difference, by the way.
Yeah,
when you start talking
Yeah,
about
I mean, this is cut and
suspended from
dry.
the team. This guy's been arrested. We're gathering more facts. He's suspended from the team. Brandon Miller, not arrested.
Yeah.
Cooperating witness, not suspended from the team.
I actually don't. I mean, this is unfair to say.
It's impossible to say.
It is impossible to say. Yeah. I don't think it's cut and dry that, yes, in these similar situations, Nick Saban would have suspended the equivalent of Brandon Miller on his team.
That's right.
I don't know that you can absolutely say that. No.
Or Gene Stallings, or Bobby Bowden, or any other
Bobby
coach
Bowden
in America.
Bobby Bowden would have.
Bobby Bowden's not doing it.
Bobby
Can
Bowden.
you guys ever think of a situation where somebody was suspended and then when all the facts came out?
Oh, Duke
They were-
lacrosse.
Yeah, Duke
dude, those
lacrosse.
guys were
Yeah.
far from. They were beyond suspended. Yeah.
I think they're still probably their great grandkids are going to live off that money, right?
Yeah.
Duke lacrosse, by the way, who Clay eviscerated the media for jumping to conclusion about convicting, a group of white privileged stick and ball players at Duke. So we'll talk to Clay coming up here at 10 o'clock. Part of our show today being brought to you by the folks at Alabama Power. Alabama Power, people that are keeping you connected right now.
They are. Jimmy Dunaway. Alabama Power is doing just that, and timely communication helps them in doing that. It's more important than ever, and they've made it easy for you to update your contact information right there online. When you set up an online account with them, you're given easy access to view and pay your bill, update your phone number and email address, benefit from tools that help you better manage your energy use. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started.
All right, basketball is coming up. We'll get to Clay Travis, and later in the show, our continued NIL conversation with Nimari Burnett. He joins us today live on the show. We had a chance to speak to Nimari in a couple of news conferences and in locker rooms over the weekend, a guy that's really feels good about the makeup of this team as they head off to the Sweet 16. We'll talk to Nimari coming up at 12:20 today. That's Central Time in the final hour of the show. Away from what Nick Saban said about the Tony Mitchell suspension, Alabama started spring drills yesterday, and obviously it's going to be one of those springs, guys, that we're going to talk a lot about quarterbacks, I would imagine. In fact, Nick Saban said he likes all the players around the quarterback position, that development will be very important to this team. He was complimentary of everyone else on the field and hopes that quarterback position comes along.
We don't follow recruiting as much as some others, but I do find it interesting. Jalen Milroe was the guy when Bryce Young went down last year, and everyone to a man says Ty Simpson is going to be the guy this year, and it's not going to be Jalen Milroe.
That is an interesting decision, especially in a day and age when really elite players rarely play that fourth year. Back in the day,
right,
you would redshirt a guy, right, so that you could keep him for 4 years afterwards, so you didn't waste him. And with them changing the rules where just one snap doesn't burn the year for you, that was a surprising development. That Milroe got the snaps. It'll be interesting to see how it goes and how much the offense changes. We'll talk later on in the show about Tommy Rees being there. Nick Saban adamant about Tommy Rees. Don't judge him by his birth certificate.
I don't want to jump the script here, but TJ Finley's been taking first team snaps at Auburn. If I told you the starting quarterbacks opening day were TJ Finley and Jalen Milroe,
You'd be
stunned.
It would be like hitting an 8.54 quintilla at the old dog track.
Yeah, but
That's probably
TJ
need one more to get a quintilla, don't I?
Finley would surprise me more
than Jalen Milroe.
He really would. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, TJ Finley when you watch Hugh Freeze over the years, he doesn't fit his quarterback. He just really doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
And again, I think we've seen what we're going to get out of TJ Finley.
I didn't mean to hijack the talk, but I'm just saying, I mean, when you get these two taking first-team snaps, a lot of people are going to be surprised if they win the job.
It's fine. I try to spread it all out over 4
do.
hours.
I know
You
you
guys
do.
like to throw it all into one segment.
We can
but,
always come back to that.
We're all here all day long. At one point, if we run out of stuff to talk about, Rockstar may just grab a guitar.
Oh,
Just come in here.
You got a song ready? Huh?
Hey,
Hey,
do you know how close we are to the return of Rockstar in the lounge?
Well, I was about to say Final Four's in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we're to the Sweet 16,
Yeah.
and then it's the Final Four, and then the Friday after that, it's you in here singing.
Well, I'm going to need you before then, probably.
Yeah. Let's need you to write him a song if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't know how to write music. I don't know how to put anything behind it. Like, if I write the song, will you be able to, like, put the music behind it?
That's pretty much making me do all the work, though.
We don't expect.
Not all the work. Forsher's going to end up shooting the video and editing that, and Laurel and John's going to come up with all the costumes.
But I don't expect Lance to have to, draw the 5-line thingy and put the notes on.
Yeah,
it.
I mean, how do you
don't do that. I don't know how to read music.
Well, I know, but Lance, we got to give Lance some. I'm going to fight for you here, Lance. We got to give him some leeway.
Oh,
if he does, in fact, write his own song, he's got to allow somebody to come up with the tunes.
Yeah, because like
I thought you said Brittany Decker was doing it.
No, well, she said that she would play backup guitar, but she's not going to be able to say, hey, this is the way this thing's going to go down. Like, I'm just randomly thinking Friends in Low Places right now. Like, if I have that on paper, I still would have no idea how that thing plays out.
Okay, I'm going to jump in, and I think Brown will agree with me, and I hope all of you will too. If you write a song, okay,
the lyrics.
Yeah, you write the lyrics. I'm okay coming in and saying, because this is what I was going to want to do as well. I want it to sort of go to the beat of Friends in Low Places, or I get Whiskey Been in Hellbound, or On the Road Again, and you sort of have that riff that goes with that, and you sort of write to that pacing.
Yeah, because
what I would do.
How hard would it be, Rockstar? I mean, I'm not being condescending here. I'm legitimately asking this question. How hard would it be if Lance walked in with some lyrics and said, okay, I got to have a tune to go with this? I mean, is that incredibly difficult to do?
You can get a poem. That's the part of the songwriting process is the song.
Right, but is that incredibly difficult, or is it like, I can pick it out in an hour or so?
No, because you don't know exactly what he wants.
Yeah. That's going to be tough, Lance. I
love Richard over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. This is getting easier and easier for LT.
No.
It ain't.
No, it's getting harder and harder. I agree.
Trust me, Richard. I hear it at home all the time. Maggie's thinks LT's is the easiest by far.
Now, Bobby says the biggest upset in show history is if the song's not about Lady Bird.
There's going to be a lot of things that'll be hit.
Now I know you hate country music, but do you remember?
I don't hate. Let me say I don't hate it.
I apologize. Yeah. I know country music's not your favorite genre.
Yes, very, very.
Do you you remember Feed Jake?
Yo, awful song.
Oh. Yeah, but I mean, what if you did a remake of Feed Lady Bird? That doesn't.
I think he ate better than Feed Jake, right? Or Jake?
Feed Lady Bird. She loves the Wagyu.
All right, big news out of the NFL we'll get to, and then back to the college basketball and football stuff that's going on in the world. But first, let me tell you about my buddy Greg Nelson from Storm Restoration Roofing. These storms that come through in spring and summer, and it's officially spring now, can do damage on your roof without it actually throwing a tree through your roof or actually, ripping off part of your roof. I mean, even I could tell you, dude, you got roof damage. There's a tree in your roof. But what about that roof damage where the wind has just loosened up some shingles, ripped maybe one shingle off, or bent a shingle to where it's not doing its job now, preventing the water from getting inside that wood, inside that roof, down and damaging your house? That's the kind of damage you need a professional to get up and inspect. If you think you've had wind damage recently, or if you just haven't had your roof inspected in a while, that thing can loosen up just with the heat of the summer, or just the aging process. You need to get that roof inspected. Get a free no-cost roof inspection. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. If any of you want to talk to Greg, that's his cell number. You call him up right there. You can also look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned now for over 20 years. Save the comment. Okay, go ahead.
No, Chris said, LT has an ex, a dog, and took a train ride last year. This writes itself.
He really did. He really did.
And trust me, Salina, Kansas might be part of this.
Dante Hightower using his Players Tribune platform, the players' place to make announcements and comments and everything, says, quote, "It's been a hell of a ride and a career beyond my wildest dreams. It's time to hang them up from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to everyone who played a part." Whole story there from Dante Hightower at the Players Tribune. Thank you, New England, by Dante Hightower, a Patriot and an Alabama Crimson Tide champion. And as some of you have said in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Tom Brady probably, got helped to a ring or two by this guy, Dante Hightower, right in the middle of that defense.
Where would you guys say Hightower ranks amongst Saban linebackers?
I was about to say, you mean in his time at Alabama or just career as a whole? In his time at Alabama, this is going to be tough on the fly here, Lance, but I think, is C.J. Mosley considered the best one?
Well, I mean, Will Anderson's going to be in that conversation.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking,
Nico Ryan's pretty good.
Nico Ryan.
I'm going to say that of the ones recruited by Saban, which allows you to take D'Amico out of the conversation.
That's right, yeah.
The ones recruited by Saban, that Dante Hightower, and I'm right about this, right? He was a middle linebacker.
Yeah, that's why
Dante's going to be the best middle linebacker, and there have been better edge linebackers. But Hightower, as far as calling the plays, being and plugging that middle, Hightower's the best that's been there since Saban.
That's why I immediately went C.J. Mosley, not Will Anderson. And Rolando McClain was recruited by Shula. Saban inherited him, and he was very, very good, obviously, in the Saban defense. That's tough. That's a tough question because for a minute that was probably Saban's best recruited unit.
That's right.
In his time at Alabama was linebacker. I think it became wide receiver eventually, and maybe running back.
Yeah, and
maybe quarterback.
Maybe quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah, but for one point, it was linebacker U.
Yeah. And now he did. And a lot of people are saying Rolando McClain. And D'Amico Ryans didn't play for Saban. I think you were thinking Rolando McClain when you said D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, that's why I said recruited by Saban.
Right. But he never played for Saban. McClain wasn't either.
D'Amico never played for Saban?
No, he played for Shula.
He was Shula. Okay. Yeah. Rolando McClain was that first one, but for a long time, and I can't say this without taking a shot at it, guys, so I'll apologize in advance for doing so. But for a long time, that defense rode on how good that middle linebacker was.
That's right.
And I just remember in 2014 when Alabama lost to Ohio State, I think it was Trey DePriest, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember thinking, that guy's no Dante Hightower, no Rolando McClain, no C.J. Mosley. that's
Reuben Foster was pretty good.
Reuben Foster was really good.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
was. Boy, he was a headhunter on special teams at first, though.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Reuben Foster is taking the lead in the chat room there.
Yeah, it's an argument. It is an argument. I think Dante's certainly in the discussion. Now, when you consider pro career, too, he's had a really good pro career.
All right. And as El Tigre is talking about over there, Cam Newton announcing yesterday that he is throwing today at Auburn's Pro Day. He's 33. He's hoping to make to get noticed today and make it back to the NFL. But also, if you like El Tigre is saying he's really disappointed in Cam that he's throwing at Pro Day today at coming back at 33. Let's don't lose the fact that, by the way, they need somebody to throw at Pro Day. I don't know if you've noticed Auburn quarterbacks recently. You don't want.
If I'm a receiver,
yeah.
No, I do think
you don't need the recent quarterbacks throwing to the receivers on Pro Day because that's not going to help your receivers.
Wait a minute, there's a former NFL MVP that can throw to me?
I do think that's kind of cool. Now, I haven't seen the video yet. Apparently, there's a 54-second video out there at the end where he says, ain't 32 quarterbacks better than me. There are 32 quarterbacks right now better than him.
Yeah.
So this does seem like an attempt to get back in the league, but I do think it's cool for everybody else involved.
The bigger question would be, are there 64 quarterbacks better than him?
No, that is a better question, and probably not.
Yeah, so if there's not 64, then I may want him on my franchise.
But here's the thing. Cam Newton, I don't think, is a guy that wants to sign as a backup.
Who's the worst quarterback in the NFL?
I mean, the Jets had a terrible situation.
They did. You don't think Cam Newton could have improved the Jets?
Mike White, no, probably not.
NH3425.
Really
Cam Newton can get a private tryout if he wanted to. He doesn't have to be at Pro Day at this point.
Again, I think it's cool.
Again, as I just said, NH3425. They need somebody to throw the damn football to wide receivers. You can't do Pro Day shooting it out of a jugs machine. They need actual humans throwing the ball around. Who's going to throw the football?
Buddy Ben Lear can probably still sling it around.
Ben Lear, Stan's down there. Stan's retired from radio now.
I was going to say, if Ben's not in a tree stand somewhere. Yeah, Stan's got plenty of time on his hands now.
All right, Kim, I hope you're staying up to date on where you are trying to win Chuck's Bucks, great prizes at the end, so don't give up on your bracket. You never know what's going to happen down the stretch here. Our friends at Redmond Vodka get you rolling as you get ready for another weekend Sweet 16 Elite 8. We'll be down to 4 teams after this weekend's done in the brackets. Tell us about Redmond.
Yeah, we're heading to bourbon country, but still plenty of vodka to be drunk this coming weekend, and we love to support local. It is locally owned and operated. It is Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Before LT tells us about New York Butcher Shop, Bobby with a good point. If Jason is still in shape, he says, I agree with Jim. Auburn needs a quarterback to throw, although Jason Campbell is likely a better quarterback right now than Cam. Somebody needs to tell Cam that shoulder isn't going to last a full season and to get a haircut.
That's old school. Go get a haircut.
All of a sudden, Bobby, man, they go in 1960s on us all here. Get a haircut.
I haven't seen the video. I guess I hadn't seen Cam's hair.
I need to see his hair. Yeah.
I don't know about his hair. But Jason was Auburn's quarterback in 2004, so about 6 years difference from Cam and Jason. Jason still looks like he's in good shape. I don't know if he throws the ball a lot. I don't know if he can make a 50-yard throw.
I will tell you, man.
I don't know if Cam can make a 50-yard throw.
I randomly went and threw this past fall and I used to be able to throw a really tight spiral, and it's just different if you haven't done it in a long time.
Yeah, those shoulders, though, like, I hope I'm not saying something I'm not supposed to say, but we were trying to do something with Trent Dilfer, the new UAB coach, and he said, I can barely throw it 10 yards downfield now because of my shoulder. I mean, I think those guys, man, those arms and shoulders take a workout, and when they're done playing,
I didn't know about this. What were we trying to do?
We were trying to do something. It fell apart.
I was. It was leading into the combine. He was going to throw routes to us.
Yeah, we were going to run routes, but Coach can't throw anymore.
And we were going to do a 40 time, but we couldn't find a clock that would count my 40 time.
And as I told Dilfer, if you think we wanted to run any more than 10 yards down the field, you're crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wanted a little 10-yard slants. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
10 and in.
I was going to do the 5 and stop.
We
move the sticks.
We need to get him on. We still have it.
I know.
We're working.
Hotties,
I'm in studio so he can have a cocktail with us.
Yeah, we're going to get past spring ball.
There's
He's
Cam's
engrossed.
hair. There's nothing wrong with that hair. Come on, Bobby.
I got no problem with that.
If I could have that hair, I'd take it right now.
Of course you would.
I would look funny with
love
dreads.
to see you with dreads.
I'd look funny with dreads, but
I mean, he threw that ball a pretty long way.
Did he just throw that ball?
He did. He's overthrowing guys a little bit. Oh, that's a good pass. That's on the money right there.
He's 32.
Yeah, that's on the money.
He's 33.
Yeah. No. I mean, if I'm any receiver, Auburn, or if they have any other schools that get filtered into that pro day, sometimes some of the other schools around that can't host their own pro day will have a guy there. I prefer catching it from Cam Newton over anybody that almost any school can offer me.
Fox writes in, poll question, more faith in A.J. McCarron or Cam Newton to lead your team? Right now, for me, it would be A.J. McCarron.
I would go A.J. McCarron right now.
He's at least playing actively, but he is playing on a much, much, much lower level.
Yeah. I mean, you can't, not that I've watched any of the XFL yet, but you can't go what he's doing in the XFL compared to what he's doing in the NFL. But A.J. was just more, just recently,
playing.
Yeah, but so was
against
Cam.
Competition.
I mean, he was given every opportunity to be a starter in the NFL. I think we came to the conclusion that A.J. McCarron cannot be a consistent NFL starter.
Made good money for a long time.
Made good money. I think he's probably good enough, and this may, the XFL may lead to this, that he could be a backup somewhere. I think A.J. could probably still make money as a backup.
Daniel's right. If I lose this bracket, Dunaway and Dreads would be a great for 420 for the April month of April.
That's a good call, Daniel.
That'd be good. Me and Dreads holding a big rope. Big puff of smoke.
On that Cam Newton video, did he drop an MF-er, Forster? I thought I saw that.
Yeah, thank goodness we're on our own platform now. There'll be a lot of stuff that would be flying by. All right, part of the show today being brought to you by New York Butcher Shop. Had an opportunity last night to get a steak paid off. It was delicious. That's about as good. We didn't go by New York Butcher Shop because we went out to eat last night. Had a nice bottle of wine and LT. I got a little prime, and
I'm feeling your misery now, man. I am starting to get popped. My Amex statements every month. Yeah,
I did glance to make sure it did not say Double Down Media on the Amex when it went out.
New York Butcher Shop, stop by, see Jim and that great staff. The finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Just checking here, it is March the 21st. March the 21st. If you've got your bingo card ready to go, Rockstar, cut number 10, please. I don't know if this is the first of many interactions we have with the media and our friend Jimbo Fisher. I will use the sponsor in the background and say it was an opportune question from someone. Just so that joke works, Forsha, can you punch up the still shot opportune? All right, back to us now. Jimbo Fisher yesterday, as they start spring drills out there in Aggie land, gets asked, and let me just catch you up today if you've forgotten, Bobby Petrino's the offensive coordinator. Jimbo Fisher has never not called plays. So what is the question going to be forever and ever, amen? It's going to be who's calling plays, and it started yesterday.
I know there were reports initially you were interested in Bobby, and then he took the job at UNLV. What made you go back to pursuing him and wanting him for that position?
I didn't go back. I never left.
What was it about him that made you want him to to pull him from UNLV from already having
Same
taken a
thing
job?
I did when I was talking to him at Missouri. I just never made a decision until then.
Hiring Petrino is going to help your execution. Am I correct when you're saying it gets down to execution? Whatever you see that he does comparable
It's
to
going
you?
to allow us some things. I think he's a very good coach, and I think he'll help us offensively. Yes.
Execution. But
Mhm.
so what?
And
what
that's
about,
what coaching is. I mean, at the end of the day, it gets back to being able to execute what you do and be able to be consistent in what you have to do.
and what about who makes the play calls? Would that be him or you?
Yeah, I mean, we'll go through that as we go.
Go back to the back.
Plan on him making calls. Plan on him calling plays. I have no problem with that at all.
That is so hard for him to say at the end.
Yeah. He did finally say it,
But he
though.
did finally say it, though. Why is it so hard for him to just be the head coach and cash checks and contribute on, offensive game planning and, in critical situations like some head coaches? Why is it so hard to let go?
It's just because he's just used to running the show, and it's some ego. Just let me ask you this. If somebody came in and they said, look, Dunaway, we want you to move to one of the flanks, somebody else is going to drive the show.
I mentioned to Maggie the other day that I think my lighting would be better over here.
Oh, my lighting's terrible. People think I have jaundice. They really do.
I set that one up.
I don't care.
I set that one up.
He doesn't care.
I don't really care. Have I ever
Doesn't
said
bother me.
anything? I
You
mean,
said it a lot. Yeah. Yes, you have. The people say you look yellow on your camera.
It should be noted, though.
No, it's funny. So
I've got about 6 lights on me. You only have 2 on you. You've got 2 on you.
Our friend Holly was over here last Friday from across the hall when you said something awkward about her hair.
Yeah.
But she was standing in the light. I didn't want to say anything, but she looked yellow.
In your light?
Yeah. She was standing over here by the keg.
I didn't notice that with Holly. What did I say awkward about her hair? That it looked good?
I mean, Rocky was in here. No, you go.
He did say something
You do
awkward.
something with your hair? She was like, no,
Did
it's
you get a
just
hair?
down.
No, she asked. He said, did you get a haircut?
Yeah. I mean,
And
she had a
then
little bang
and then you
action
were like,
going.
You look better than you usually do.
That's
That's my go-to line when I'm complimenting somebody on their hair.
Compliment.
Yeah.
That's
You're
my
not as
go-to
fat
line.
as you were.
That's my go-to joke. You look better than you usually do. It's a go-to. It's long-standing.
Home run. Yeah. Every time.
You had Rocky. You had Rocky laughing.
I just feel like
Rocky laughed the loudest. I completely stepped in it in that conversation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't really think it's my fault, but Rockstar howled when I said what I said.
Because somebody was poking you in the back and you just kept going and going.
I didn't know why he was poking me in the back.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, we can't get into it on the air. But I just
Lance was literally in the room and he heard none of this.
Well, I just remember Dunaway's comment. I don't remember yours.
Calm down. He had jaundice.
I will just say that LT, you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and I do believe in that. I think there are people in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tony
yeah.
Mitchell, not one of those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to make that argument when you're going 140 on the interstate.
I mean, if you were in Thailand when that tsunami hit.
It's wrong place, wrong time, yeah.
So Jimbo Fisher is having a hard time letting go of this play calling. And already it seems to be uncomfortable in news conferences. Where do we where do we go from
just
here?
Wait for a loss. Wait for a loss when they score 17 points.
I just hope Petrino's on the field. I don't know if Petrino normally is a Booth guy or Phil guy.
I think he's going to be Booth.
I would.
Yeah.
But I hope he's on the field.
Because if you're on the field, you got to talk a lot to face with Jimbo.
I mean, if you're on the field, Jimbo can still yell at you through the headset, but there's not the video of you two going nose to nose yelling because Petrino's not Tommy Reese, right? He's not a guy that's like, hey, I've got my, I've been OC at Notre Dame, OC at Alabama. I'm climbing the ladder here. This is a chance for me to become head coach next. Petrino knows the score here. This is going to be his last stop, right?
Right.
This is his last chance on a big stage to look like an offensive genius. So I don't think he's going to give a rip jumping at Petrino's face.
Go ahead.
Like if it comes to that on the sideline and there's a yelling that ensues, he's not just going to stand there and take it like the young guy that wants to be a head coach one day and still wants his head coach's approval.
And that seems to be what everybody is waiting on. And even the Texas A&M media yesterday almost trying to poke the stick to get it going in that direction. El Tigre, Jim Trino isn't going to work. Good use of the combination.
Yes.
Charles is Jimbo in the running for the most unlikable D1 coach. LT, I'll give that one to you.
Yeah, it has been a long time now. And do you think we make it out of September before they have their first conference?
Well,
I think we're wondering if we make it out of spring practice the way this has started. Because at some point, Petrino may get a microphone. I don't know. Maybe Jimbo's doing the Nick Saban, my coordinators aren't going to talk. But if he talks, at some point, Bobby's going to say something that is going to make it sound like he's running the offense, and Jimbo's not going to like that.
We didn't have an introductory
count on that.
press conference for Bobby, did we?
I've not seen him in front of a camera since he took this job.
Two
no.
major egos, says Bob in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the crew there making sure that your heat has been running the last few cold days, the freeze warnings, but it's spring now. It's about to get hot. So you got an opportunity right now to go ahead and get that air conditioning checked out with our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services right now offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent trade dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Seth Littrell is now an analyst with Brent Venables at Oklahoma, but even bigger at Georgia. They add both Brandon Streeter and Daryl Dickey to the analyst room. Not on the field coaches, but analysts. Daryl Dickey, 63, but he was the offensive coordinator with Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, though he wasn't calling plays. So he's going to be in the analyst rooms to help with game planning and stuff. But Brandon Streeter is the 46-year-old longtime assistant with Dabo Swinney, who had moved up to be the offensive coordinator and got fired so they could hire Garrett Riley. He's now working with Georgia, and he's known as a really great evaluator of talent and recruiting and working with quarterbacks.
Well, that's one thing you can say about the Clemson staff and the former guys on that staff, like Streeter. Those guys can recruit.
Yep,
no doubt about it.
So there's a couple of big additions in the analyst room.
And Seth Littrell was a guy at North Texas that, I mean, he was ascending, and then I don't know what happened. It just kind of fell off the cliff.
Yeah, so I agree with you. At one point, he was known as a good X's and O's guy. All right, so that's a little college football. When we come back, though, a little basketball hirings yesterday. Will react to Rick Pitino being back in the game, and what's happening to our friend Mike Anderson will likely end up in court. And then I'll make a wild statement that, well, I will share with you a wild statement being made by others. And if you put pen to paper, you're going to agree with this. That's all coming up on the show after I tell you about our friends at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, great place to go to school. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. I'm a proud alum of the University of Montevallo. In fact, I called it back then in the 80s the Ivy League of the South. You can find out why I loved it so much and why my daughter loves it right now at the University of Montevallo. So many great things. 23 NCAA Division II sports. It's going to be hard for me to stop saying 21. 23 as it continues to grow, the athletic department at Montevallo. So maybe your son or daughter can keep playing sports as they leave high school at Montevallo. Also, wonderful class sizes, small. It's going to help them academically, a beautiful campus, and so much more. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll talk to Clay Travis again about some of his comments he made considering Alabama basketball yesterday, and comments made by Nick Saban. We'll talk about that to him coming up at the top of the hour here in just a second. But first, tell us about Precision Sports, and then I've got this what appeared to be an outrageous statement I read this morning.
All right.
It sounds like
that.
Go ahead.
That is going to end up being absolutely true when you think about it. But go ahead.
Our
Precision
boy
Sports.
Trent Dilfer apparently needs to go see our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and
Not spreading words about it.
I'm just saying, look, as you get older, things start to break down, and that's why we've got our friends there at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number, 205-512-3885, the website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. If you're injured that knee getting off the couch, you hurt the elbow in the backyard shooting hoop, you need to let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Tonight at 6 o'clock on Fox, Japan and USA will play for the World Baseball Classic Championship.
Okay.
Just a one-game situation?
One-game situation, winner take all, and then they're all back to their pro sports teams. Many people around the sport believes tonight's game will be the most watched baseball game in the history of the planet.
Oh, I don't believe that for 1 second.
Well, I know 3 people that won't be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch Game 7 of a Major League World Series.
I may actually watch tonight.
I didn't even know this was going on. You just told me.
Because nothing else is on tonight. I missed it last night when Japan walked off Mexico with a great comeback, 6-5. But here are some numbers, Brown. The most watched World Series game of all time was 54.5 million people in 1980. That's the most watched World Series game of all time.
Who was in that World Series? Do you remember?
1980.
Was that Dodgers Yankees or something like that?
Was that Royals? George Brett? Nope.
1980 was Phillies and Kansas City.
1980 World Series. I'm just trying to figure out. He's right. It was Phillies and Kansas City. Very good.
Pete Rose's Philadelphia Phillies team.
There's no way that was it.
How is that?
The next year was the Dodgers and the Yankees.
I'm only going by what the Athletic was writing today.
And that was Game 6, you said.
54. I didn't say Game 6.
I'm
I
sorry,
just said
Jim.
the most watched game was in the 1980 World Series. 54.5 million.
Who were the
rest of
pitchers?
The rest of you are filling in facts
Tug
that I didn't
McGraw,
say.
Tug McGraw and Dan Quisenberry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Already already, okay, remember we have a few channels back then, guys, right?
Right.
Okay. Already this year, Japan and Italy drew 68.5 million viewers.
Okay. I'm going to be wrong about this.
Yeah. And now this is worldwide. Most watched baseball game in the history of the sport will be tonight.
I'm just surprised this day and age you can get the most watched in anything. There's just so many options now. There are so many people that don't even turn the TV on now. They stream on their phone or whatever, and they're not even aware stuff, where it comes on TV or whatever. And maybe that helps it, that the streaming makes it so easy to watch. I don't know, but I would just think like I think the most watched television show of all time was like the Final Match or something.
Yeah.
I don't think you're ever going to get that again. There's
Bobby,
nothing TV could do that would equal that.
Yeah, not in the U.S., but Bobby makes a great point. There'll be 75 million Japanese by themselves watching tonight.
I mean, that is a good point. Right now, the United States minus 140 in a total of 10.
Slight favorites, but here's the deal.
Who are we starting?
Otani,
About to find out.
in his post-game news conference last night, hinted that he also may pitch tonight. He may, and they've sort of shied away from this.
I bet the Angels will look.
But he said I may come in relief as well.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting tonight.
So
and what's crazy, if you're an Angels fan, and what is sad about Major League Baseball, to date, this will be the most important and most watched game Otani and Trout have played in. Because the Angels have been so bad. They're two of the best players all time in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And they've played 0 meaningful games for the Angels because they're never in the playoffs.
They're talking about this Muntaka Murakami.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 23 years old. No,
Dunaway's
he
here
won
today
the
for the
Triple
first time.
Crown this year in Japan.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
so they're saying he's one of the best hitters in the world. He's 23. I just can't wait for the Dodgers to acquire him.
Yeah, I know. They're going to. Hey, Rusty.
Either them or the Mariners.
Rusty says in the chat room that I am out of touch. This is the World Cup for baseball. I will completely admit I'm out of touch on this. I
am
have
too.
no clue. I didn't even know they were playing tonight. Didn't even know they were playing tonight.
They played last night, too, the Japan and Mexico game. And before that, the Americans beat Cuba the day before that, like 14-2. And wait, this is going to shock you. Cuban's catcher, one of the best they've ever had.
He stayed in the U.S.
Didn't get on the plane to go back to Cuba. Defected to the United States of America.
Long history of that one. Anytime a good Cuban baseball team comes over here and plays, they go back a few guys short.
Yeah. What I don't understand is why the NFL do not recruit some of the guys in charge of watching the Cuban baseball team when they're over here, because those guys usually cover very well, but somebody beat somebody deep and got off the plane.
Do you think you got to get a guy to lie for you? Like, I had an agreement a long time ago back when we worked in radio with Rick Burgess. When Rick worked for our company, we used to have these big staff meetings. They kind of faded away. And we had an agreement that if one of us saw the other one wasn't there, when they called roll, we would answer for the other one. Yep. And I wonder if that's the way it goes. Like when they get back on the Cuban bus and they start calling names, the guy's like, I need you to do a solid for me, okay? When they call my name.
Where's Brown? He's back in the bathroom, man.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay,
I
problem.
saw him. He's almost
Go
here.
ahead. Crank the bus.
Everybody got your seat, buddy? Everybody got your seat, buddy? Yeah, okay, let's crank her up and go.
So that's the baseball. Most watched baseball game in the history of the planet, according to some people. We'll see if those numbers hold up.
Is this right? Patrick Sandoval is going to get the start?
That's who we're starting?
I think so.
Yeah, everybody's on a pitch count, right? So it'll be fun to watch tonight.
It's like Little League.
6 o'clock on Maine Fox. Our show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. LT just gave you the line, mybookie.ag. The USA team slight favorites over Japan in what should be a crazy game tonight down in Miami, playing in Miami, bro.
Are you all in on Japan? Are you betting on the U.S.? You don't want to landmine them.
Yeah.
Of course, the landmine seems dead right now.
I will go on either side of this, whatever LT wants. If he wanted to put a stake on it tonight to make it interesting, I would let him choose.
LT's going to get to pick the stake here in the World Baseball Classic, the Japanese versus the United States.
He may want to stay away from it.
Okay, Lance may want to stay away from it too. Hey, by the way, you can play it at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Don't forget, when you sign up there at mybookie.ag, you use code NEXTROUND, and it's going to get you a sign-on bonus that is going to be up to $2,000. You heard me right, a sign-on bonus up to $2,000 right there at mybookie.ag. No strings attached on this one either. A lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus, but they make you bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times for it to actually become yours. Not mybookie.ag. Yours the first time you bet it, and you keep it forever. up to $2,000 right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. And my periphery, Lance is angled towards Dunaway, which always means he's about to suggest a stake bet. Scotty, get the lights ready. Lance Taylor, I kick it to you.
Well, I'm going to do two reasons here because I'm 1-0 on stakes for the WBC already.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I had the Czech Republic.
And I lost with Japan. I gave you Czech Republic minus 15.5, of which you quickly told me there was a run rule at 15, but that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because I'm on a heater in the WBC and the fact that I'm going to make you pull against Team USA. I'm going to take Team USA for a stake.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Okay.
Or America.
If given the choice.
Patrick Sandoval, you've never seen stuff like he's got.
If given the choice, I would have taken Japan. So I'm glad you went. I'm
glad
you went that way. Because here's what's going to happen. See, there'll be about about 30% of the crowd will be American fans. About 10% will be Japanese fans. But the Japanese coach said "Viva Cuba" and "Viva Dominican Republic" in his news conference. And he's hoping all the other fans who have tickets
it's a Kelvin Sampson joke
to the session will be cheering for him to help him get out of Miami.
Legit, if we were playing Cuba, it'd be a road game for us. In Miami.
Oh, yeah.
If we were playing Cuba, it would be a hostile crowd. Do you agree with it? You don't agree with that?
That kind of political insight coming up with Clay Travis.
No, you don't think that's true? That's 100%
it's
true.
100% true.
If we were playing Cuba in Miami, this would be a road game for us.
By the
we're
way,
lucky to draw Japan in this one.
One of the few places in the world I would want to be right now is Miami. I don't know if you've seen what's going on spring break.
Oh, wow. Has it gotten out of hand?
Oh, my God.
I saw that there was a murder.
It's crazy. Like, cars are getting, flipped over in the middle of the street.
Just like by revelers or rioters?
Yeah, spring breakers.
See, I mean, it's totally different if it's a reveler or a rioter. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I saw that in a NASCAR infield one time down in Daytona.
It's very dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah. It was one of those. What was it? Was
I mean, you ever drop a bar of soap on your foot?
Did we used to have
I hate that. Yeah.
Was there a thing called a Fiero?
Yeah, Pontiac Fiero.
Rockstar calls them poon wagons.
Yeah, it's a magnet. It had a magnetism to it. I couldn't drive
you got to push the ladies off of it before you go.
I couldn't drive it anymore.
Our friend Phil probably could get us one that's in studio right now.
Two young girls were driving the infield in a Fiero down in the Daytona infield.
God, I bet they were hot.
They sort of were, apparently, because about 60 guys had surrounded the car and were shaking it, saying, show your... show your,
That's sad.
And they
sounds
were
like a dangerous situation.
They were rocking, and they wouldn't do it, so they turned the car on its side, and then one did, and they set it back down on the tires.
Oh yeah. I mean, if I got a
Wild West, all those dudes would have been shot.
According to reports,
you're right. You are right about that. We don't do that
there
enough.
It is. Yeah, we don't do that enough.
Yeah, the Wild West.
Yeah, vigilante justice.
I mean, do you remember in the Wild West, if you went awry of the law, they'd hang you on the outskirts of town so all the criminals coming in could say, this town don't put up with that.
I wouldn't have made it till 20 in the Wild West.
That's the El Fiero. The problem was, Dunaway, the engine was in the back, and if you got rear-ended, it was bad news because look how close that seat is to the engine.
Really?
Yeah.
That was more on the Pinto.
Yeah, I don't think that was
100%.
You think the Fiero?
Right?
Yeah,
Google it, Rockstar.
We got a car guy in here. We just looked at car guy.
You know what he did?
That was in 1980. Our car guy had hair back then.
No, the engine is under the hood. Hey, is that Badgers? The gold one? Did Badger or Skinny Pete have the?
I can't remember. Did they have a Fiero?
Yeah, a Badger had a gold Fiero.
Oh, Mr. White.
No, I swear to you, the Fiero engine was in the back.
I don't know if that's true.
Pinto
I don't remember that.
They never made another car because of the Pinto had so many accidents with the engine in the back.
Well, I mean, a Volkswagen engine was in the back, like the old the Beetle, the Bug. The engine was in the back of that, right? The Pinto's gas tank was in the back. I think was the problem.
It does sound like a problem.
Yeah,
mid-engine.
Mid-engine? What's that mean, Rockstar?
Not in the back.
You sit on it.
There's only, I mean, it's in my console. Yeah, she's running good.
You know what we call that? 1980 seat warmers is what that was. All right, top of the hour. Clay Travis when we come back. Later on, Nimari Burnett joins the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking for a great way to jumpstart your weight loss in 2023, make it Way to Wellness. Their website is really easy. It's a planforme.com. Just type in that sentence, planforme.com. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website where you can find out as a Next Round viewer and listener, you get no contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. Go check out Leslie and the board-certified team right there with Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the show here on The Next Round as we get going here. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and the rest of the game. Taylor Corn on social media, everything at Next Round Live. Remember to like and subscribe. Here every day, 9 to 1 Central, live with you. We're about to talk to Clay Travis. One of the topics that'll come up is Nick Saban last night announcing that Tony Mitchell, big DB recruit, suspended from team activities. Here's what Nick Saban said last night.
Tony Mitchell has been suspended from the team and all team activities until we gather more information about the situation and what his legal circumstance is. And, guys, everybody's got an opportunity to make choices and decisions. There's no such thing in being at the wrong place at the wrong time. You got to be responsible for who you're with, who you're around, and what you do, who you associate yourself with, and the situations that you put yourself in. So it is what it is, but there is, cause and effect when you make, choices and decisions that put you in bad situations.
Now, Nick Saban making those comments last night. Back in February, after a preliminary trial, Nate Oates had this to say about Brandon Miller's name coming up in that testimony.
You can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble. nor is he in any type of trouble in this case, like in the wrong spot at the wrong time. I'm not here to make excuses, but I want to make it clear that I didn't have the details from the hearing that morning since I was coming straight from practice. And I used a poor choice of words, making it appear like I wasn't taking this tragic situation seriously, which we have throughout the course of it. I sincerely apologize for that.
Nate Oates walking that back. Clay Travis is about to join us. Last night, he tweets this. Nick Saban just eviscerated Nate Oates, directly ridiculing Oates, saying Brandon Miller was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. This was intentional by Saban, says Travis, who is likely furious that Alabama basketball is increasing heat on his football program. With that, we bring in Clay Travis now.
He is the founder of Outkick, Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. Just back from 12 days in Italy. It's a fabulous country. Never been before. Hope to go back again. Absolutely incredible place. Maybe the coolest place I've ever been.
Was 12 days enough?
Well, I got the 3 boys with me. So, I like to travel. I could go somewhere and stay, a month. But with the 3 boys, they're 15, 12, and 8. I don't know how many years of spring break travel I'm going to have with them because they all have sports obligations and school obligations, and soon, they'll be super teenagers who are too cool to hang out with mom and dad. So I want to get as many trips in with them as I can right now. But it's very, I'm a history nerd. So we did a lot of not kid-friendly things. Like, I don't know that there's very many 8-year-olds who are like, hey, you know what I want to go do? I want to tour the Vatican. So I think 12 days was plenty for the crew that I had, but I think you could easily go to Italy for longer. And I think the trip to Europe, at least if you're not going nonstop, right? You're Nashville or Birmingham, you typically have to go through other cities. It's a big undertaking. So I think you need to go for at least 10 days if you're going to take a trip that long. It takes a couple of days to get over the jet lag at least.
Well, we'll say it's good to have you back. I'm not sure everyone says that about you, Clay, but the situation last night in Tuscaloosa, you get accused of sensationalizing things. I know you push back on that, and I've defended you on it. I do think you sensationalized this one a good bit. And
I don't.
Yeah, and I think you're going to end up being wrong. I think when Nick Saban meets the media again, which will likely be Thursday, Pro Day is Thursday in Tuscaloosa, local media are frequently there. If he is asked about this directly, he will make an apology to Nate Oates, or at least say that had absolutely nothing to do with Nate Oates, poor choice of words, something along those lines.
What he should be asked, and he won't be because most of the media in Alabama is terrified.
No, I think he will be. I think he'll be asked.
That's not true. He will be asked. And by the way, if he's not asked, he will come out and say it.
No, what he should be asked directly is, do you believe Nate Oates and the University of Alabama has perfectly handled the Brandon Miller situation? Would you do the exact same thing if he were a player on the Alabama football team?
He would never answer that. He would deflect that question.
That's what he should be asked, though.
Yeah, but
let me ask you: if he has shown up, if he's shown up to more basketball games this year than ever before, is he not already answering your question with his actions?
Was he at the NCAA tournament?
He was not.
He was not. He's getting ready for football. Was he at the Kentucky game?
Time? Well, hold on. He didn't have time to travel 50 miles down the road to Birmingham?
I'm actually told he was out of town. It was spring break, and the players and staff were gone because it was spring break, and he has traditionally gone out of town. So I don't know. And he will not be in Louisville either because they've started spring.
I think that Nick Saban is first of all, you guys agree, he's, if not the smartest, one of the smartest coaches in college football.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And you guys know when he speaks at the podium in a press conference setting, he is typically taking that opportunity to send a message to everyone.
100%,
He answers the questions as he chooses to answer them, no matter what he's asked. And
I
that's
agree.
what somebody who's a really good communicator does. You think Nick Saban unintentionally stepped in the biggest piece of crap that the Alabama athletic department has found itself in years?
Yes,
He's
because
not smart enough.
No, it's not that he's not smart enough.
Now
No. I think he was unaware Nate Oates said that.
you think he was unaware that the University of Alabama issued a press release apologizing for Nate Oates' comments? You think that he was unaware of the media conflict? There's no way.
Clay, a couple of years ago, he was unaware it was a presidential election day. He literally said it from the podium.
I think that's part of his persona, right? Is that like he's so focused on football, he doesn't know what else is going on. He also weighed in on whether or not the filibuster should be signed off on a couple of months ago, right? So this idea that Nick Saban has no idea what's going on in the world, I think is oftentimes a function that he puts on to make his team think, oh, all I focus on is football, right? And it's a fun caricature and everything else, and all he does is wake up and, put on the Weather Channel, and he has no idea what's going on. He's got blinders on. All those things are fun, but Nick Saban weighed in a few months ago on whether he thought the filibuster in an open letter should be extended or changed in the U.S. Congress. So I'm sorry, when you're weighing in on the filibuster, I find it hard to believe you don't know what day election day.
I agree and disagree. I think he heard Nate Oates' comments, but I don't think this was intentional.
Then if it is, I disagree. I think it's intentional. I think when he walks it back, he'll have gotten all the attention that he wanted by sending the message, because it's going to be written about and talked about for 2 days before he decides to come back out and make a public commentary. And the public commentary that he makes by Thursday won't get a lot of attention. And I think that Nick Saban, I just refuse to believe that a guy as smart as he is would and as aware of what the media does and as aware of what they cover from his podium as he is. I just find it impossible to believe that he wasn't aware of what Nate Oates said.
So now you've created a situation where you can't be wrong, that if Nick Saban is asked about it and walks it back, well, he only walked it back because he already got now you've created a situation you can't be wrong.
Well, it's impossible for anybody to know other than Nick Saban.
Well,
right?
exactly.
That's
but
right.
last night
you act like you do.
So I'm saying my opinion is this is not unintentional. I don't think Nick Saban does anything unintentional in the media, particularly from that podium when he knows he has an opportunity to send messages. So I think that, first of all, you guys know there is a massive collection of advisors in the University of Alabama. And the idea that this wouldn't be connected, his player misbehaving, to the Brandon Miller incident that's currently underway, the entire communications staff is talking to him and saying, hey, this is a sensitive issue because of what's going on with Alabama basketball, in case he didn't know otherwise. If Nick Saban was truly not aware, and if his staff did not prepare him to contemplate what the positions that would be taken from his comments were, then everybody in Alabama's communication staff should be fired. Because they're either afraid to talk to Nick Saban and sit down and be like, hey, look, you need to be aware of how this is going to play out. Probably don't use the phrase wrong place, wrong time, because it specifically was a huge flashpoint for the University of Alabama relating to Brandon Miller. Nate Oates had to apologize. We issued a full statement. This has been a huge mess. The easy answer for Nick Saban is, I don't worry about how other people manage their programs. I've got so much on my plate, I'm not concerned. I think this was intentional by Nick Saban.
Clay, it's hard to, as you say, know what somebody's thinking when they said something and they're ad-libbing. Let's use this as an example. Rupert Murdoch, owner of Fox, under oath said that Fox analysts and anchors endorse lies when it comes to the 2020 election. Even though they didn't believe that. That's under oath. Rupert Murdoch said that. Now, I could sit here and say that included Clay Travis. It's my opinion that would include Clay Travis, who also is a Fox News contributor. Now, would I be wrong or would I be right? I could definitely get on any platform and say that, right?
You'd be factually wrong, because I wasn't a Fox News employee in any of the time that involves the litigation that they're currently involved in.
But you are now, so I would say that as that stopped at that workplace now, as we sit here in 2020, I could sit here and say, okay, in my opinion, Clay is part of everything with Fox News that Rupert Murdoch is talking about. Now, I would just be making an assumption. I don't think I'd be right, because I usually trust you when you're delivering the news on your show, right? So that's my opinion. But if I went on a platform and said that, I would be putting words in your mouth that may or may not be true, correct?
Well, you'd just be sharing your opinion of my opinion, which is what most of modern media is, right? So people can have whatever opinions they want on me for whatever subject under the sun they want to attribute them to. That doesn't bother me. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, just like I'm entitled to mine. My mom famously, I think one of her great quotes that I'm sure is echoed around through parents for generations is, opinions are like butts. Everybody's got one. So I don't get worked up about what people's opinions are of me, or even crazier, what people's opinions are of my opinions. Like, that's a weird kind of world to live in. And I understand that's on social media, that so many people do. They're like running around. Jamie Horowitz, who used to run Fox Sports, had a great example of this. He said, like, and I think this is still true, you guys can look it up, Skip Bayless doesn't follow a single person on Twitter, right? I think that's still true. And he just uses Twitter to share his opinions. And he's like, why in the world would you go out and care what other people think about your opinions? Like, and if you take it outside of the social media universe, that would be like me walking down the street, walking up to random people and asking them what they think of my opinion. Like, there'll be a super weird thing to do, right? I think social media has created, and this is my new book, it's going to be out in September, we'll probably open top New York Times bestseller, just preview. And in my new book, I argue that social media has fundamentally distorted the way that we talk, right? And what I mean by that is, this idea is that I should care, right? Like, what somebody thinks about my opinion that I don't know, and that I should take that more seriously, right? And my analogy, take it outside of sports, is always like, I'm fundamentally anti-comedians being canceled, right? So I don't care what joke you tell, I will fight for your ability to tell that joke, right? And I think that's actually by far the majority opinion, right? But we've allowed a few people on Twitter to go back and be like, oh, so-and-so made this joke 12 years ago. They can't host the Oscars anymore. Like, Kevin Hart can't host the Oscars because he made a joke 12 years ago on Twitter that somebody doesn't like, or the guy can't direct Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a really good movie, by the way, because he made a couple of jokes people don't like. Great. So my point on that is, we treat social media opinions more seriously than we do real life opinions. So if you were driving, what's the most popular comedy club in Birmingham?
The Comedy Club.
It's only one, Stardome.
Okay.
Yeah, but Zany's here in Nashville, right?
Okay.
If you were driving down the road and you saw somebody holding a poster board protesting a comedian who was showing up at the Comedy Club in Birmingham, I bet every single one of you and every single person who's watching us right now would roll their eyes and they'd be like, man, what a total loser that guy is. Yet that person was willing to go stand in the sun, the rain, the snow, whatever it is. They got poster board. They made a sign. They were willing to put their own name and time and energy behind it. And in real life, we immediately say, man, what a loser. That same person has 10 anonymous Twitter accounts and goes through 12-year-old jokes and tries to get Kevin Hart canceled, or Dave Chappelle, or whoever it is, right? That's in the crossfire right now for jokes, and everybody's like, "Oh, let's take this seriously." So,
but
again,
shouldn't Nick Saban have the same right as the comedians you're going to defend in your book later this year to hold a news conference and discipline his players with a phrase that I'm sure I could go back and look at 15 years of freaking Nick Saban news conferences.
Nobody's trying to cancel Nick Saban. Nick Saban could probably commit 8 murders and still coach the University of Alabama.
Nick Saban just eviscerated Nate Oates.
Over under how many murder accusations Nick Saban would have to get to be forced to step down? Accusations.
I think 1.5.
Nick Saban just eviscerated Nate Oates, directly ridiculing Oates. I mean, that's your opinion there. That's what you said. Yeah.
Clay, I will say I find it interesting, all of these people that hate you follow you. I don't know why. I'm just one of those guys. If I don't like somebody, I just don't follow them. With that said, I do want to ask you this, because I've thought about this before, and it was asked earlier before you came on. And I probably know the answer before I ask it, but it is an interesting question. Do you think if Brandon Miller was playing for Saban, Saban suspends him?
I think there's so many interesting questions and angles to think about, right? Yeah, I do think probably Nick Saban would suspend him. Now, let me explain, too. one football player is not as important as one basketball player, right? So I think you would probably have to change the hypothesis to if Brandon Miller was the starting quarterback for the University of Alabama, right? Because the best basketball player's got to be the functional equivalent of the quarterback. I do think Nick Saban would have suspended Brandon Miller because I think Nick Saban's position is I've already won whatever it is, 6 national championships. And we have to set a standard for what is acceptable at Alabama, and any one player is not above the culture that we create. I don't think that Nate Oates has set that standard. I don't think that Nate Oates has that, sort of power from a long record of success. And so I think Nate Oates, frankly, I think, again, and I've been critical of Nate Oates. I actually don't see this as much as a Nate Oates issue. To me, the person who bears the most blame here is the University of Alabama president. It doesn't surprise me that coaches want their best players to play, right? I think what is a surprise to me and has been a surprise from this get-go is the University of Alabama president is supposed to be a steward for the overall university. I think the vast majority of universities, given the exact same scenarios as are in play for Brandon Miller, would not allow Brandon Miller to be playing for them. Right. I mean, and you could just look.
Yeah, and I know you well enough to know you're dug in on your Brandon Miller opinion, and you're not changing that. I am curious. I don't know if you've had time to read the article from
Tuscaloosa
Patch that Ryan Phillips wrote. He was on our show yesterday. I'm curious, and again, I know you're not changing your stance on Brandon Miller. I'm curious if it made you change anything you've thought about that story, though.
Zero. Look, I mean, go back and listen to me a month ago, right? I focus on facts, and I've been a criminal defense attorney. The defense of this case, right, from the perspective of the 2 guys who've been charged with murder, if you look at all the facts, right, the established, undisputed facts, a mother is dead, and she was shot by the gun of an Alabama player by his friend, right? Those are undisputed facts. So the only possible way that you beat a murder charge is by arguing self-defense, right? That you needed to use that gun under fear of life, peril, death yourself. That is 100% going to be the criminal defense attorney's defense. And I've been a criminal defense attorney in murder cases, like in my life. So I know exactly what that process is. You have to go to the essence of the charge. And so the only way to beat this rap, they know the gun fired the shot that killed the woman, right? The only way to beat this rap is by arguing self-defense. So it is smart of a defense attorney to put out a self-defense claim. But that doesn't impact, to me, Brandon Miller's perspective. Because think about this. If you're an Alabama fan, your shifting logic here, right, has gone from first, Brandon Miller didn't know the gun was in the car. His own attorney just tells us that's not true, right? Brandon Miller knew the gun was in the car. Go read the defense attorney statement.
Yeah, to be clear, the attorney doesn't say that. You're saying by him not saying that, that's your point. Okay, go ahead.
Which is what a good defense attorney does, right? They allow people to take inferences that are not in there. He never says in his entire statement defending Brandon Miller had no idea the gun was in the car, right? He never says that Brandon Miller didn't receive the text message saying, bring my gun here, right? He says that he was driving. He says he was already on the way there. He never says my client never received that text message, right? Probably because there is evidence that it was read and received, as many people who have iPhones will recognize, right? So if Brandon Miller knew the gun was in the car and he knew that he had been asked to bring the gun to his teammate, then that doesn't impact things at all, right? We know those 2 things are true based just on reading the defense attorney statement and all the things that have been testified in court. Again, I'm just focusing on facts. If both those things are true, are Alabama fans now trying to shift their argument from Brandon Miller didn't know he had a gun in the car and didn't know what the gun was going to be used for to Brandon Miller had to bring the gun to his teammate because his teammate was in mortal peril of death and he's actually a hero because he brought the gun?
No. Nobody's saying hero. Well, 2 things can be true at the same time. He could know the gun's in there, didn't read the text until he got back to the site.
Dunaway, stop.
Right.
His defense attorney, who I'm sure is probably one of the most skilled defense attorneys in all of Alabama, right? He's not getting a crappy attorney. His defense attorney didn't say that.
Yeah.
And so you guys need to be clear about what the defense attorney said. Just go read his statement.
No, I actually agree with Clay on that. If Brandon Miller were asserting he didn't read the text, I think the defense attorney puts it in there.
That would be the strongest.
I agree. I do agree with you on that.
If I were his defense attorney, and again, look, I can easily pivot and be the prosecutor defense. I've done all this stuff, right? If I'm his defense attorney, the number one defense I want to put forward for Brandon Miller is this. He didn't know the gun was in the car, and he never received a text message asking him to bring the gun, right? His attorney doesn't say either of those things,
Okay,
which
so
means
we've
the evidence
established
has to
that.
be
So
clear.
good. We're running out of time. Can I ask you this question? If they do end up being found innocent, not guilty by reason of self-defense, does that change your position at all? I mean, right now,
No,
Cedric Johnson
because
is
it
at
doesn't.
large,
Again,
right?
that's
Cedric Johnson,
what
the
I'm
other
laying out.
shooter's at
It doesn't.
large. Does it change
Hold on,
your
but
position at all?
It doesn't change what Brandon Miller did because, again, that's my point that I was making is if you're arguing he needed to bring the gun because they needed it for self-defense, then you are arguing against he didn't know the gun was there and he didn't know that the text. And I don't believe that anybody in the Brandon Miller camp has said, oh, we wanted to bring that gun so that his teammate could defend him. So, no. Look, they may well beat the charges. And that's why I've said, go back and listen to me a month ago, I think the most likely scenario here is that Brandon Miller is actually testifying against his teammate and his teammate's friend and arguing that they fired first. And that's why he wasn't charged with a crime. In other words, he is a state witness who is going to refute the idea of self-defense by saying, I was there, I saw, they fired first. Now, to be fair, the defense attorney is going to say, who fired first may not matter, because if there was a weapon that was brandished, if you saw a gun and you thought they were going to fire first, they may be able to beat these charges. I don't know, but it doesn't change Brandon Miller's culpability, and in my opinion, the fact that the University of Alabama president should have stepped in and not allowed him to continue to have the privilege of representing Alabama in basketball.
The only thing I was asking you about, and that's why I tried to say I know you're not changing on Brandon Miller because I know you well enough to know that. Much of what has been reported in this case is based on statements by the boyfriend, Cedric Johnson, that have not been corroborated by anyone else, and now law enforcement can't even find the guy. I mean,
yeah, but what I'm focused on is just that is opinion, right? Judges decide facts of law, juries decide opinions, right? So what I'm focusing on is just I'm taking Brandon Miller's defense statement as truth, right? I'm taking everything his defense attorney is saying in that statement as true, and I'm also taking what people are saying under oath in that hearing as also true, right? Just focusing on the undisputed facts. Brandon Miller knew he had a gun. He knew that his teammate had asked for that gun, and he drove it to him, and a mother is dead directly because of Brandon Miller's actions. If Brandon Miller doesn't go there, that woman might still be alive, probably is. And so to me, that is a standard, not to mention 11 shots on, the corner in Tuscaloosa. That is a standard that is unacceptable behavior for an athlete to engage in. And I just point out, I think I tweeted about this as well, Ja Morant got suspended for brandishing a gun in a strip club that wasn't even his for 8 games by the NBA. And he's a professional athlete with all the protections of the CBA. He's not a student athlete playing in a privileged position. So I think, again, you guys are in Alabama. I understand Alabama fans are fired up. They want to go to the Final Four. But I think sometimes when you're inside of a story, you don't think about the way you look to the other 49 states. And Auburn, the thing that I've been making my career on since I started is if Auburn's best basketball player had done the exact same thing, every story is the exact same, Alabama fans would be up in arms over what Auburn's doing. If you're not reacting the same way to your program as you are to your hated rival, that's called bias. And that, I think, is what is governing much of the Alabama fan reaction.
All right, Clay, thank you for the time. Always fun.
Appreciate y'all.
All right,
go to Italy if you get a chance.
All right, go to Italy if you get a chance. That's a great commercial on the way out for Italy. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Odie's, where LT will be back on Wednesday night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, me and Rocky. I have not done trivia with Rocky. It's been months, right?
It has. It's probably been about a month and, as we originally said, 6 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, 6 weeks. So looking forward to that. But look, if you're just looking for a big-time lunch, stop into Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for more than 30 years now. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, salads, whatever you want. Grilled cheese and chili would be fantastic today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Nimari Burnett joins us coming up at 12:20. We'll get to trash up next. Later on, we'll jump back into what went on in Auburn and Alabama yesterday. Hugh Freeze and Nick Saban talking about the game on the field still to come right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Back with you on The Next Round as we continue on today, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. And, of course, from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, glad to have you along with us today. Developing news in basketball, Tobin Anderson. Didn't take long. FDU coach, a 16 seed, beat a number 1 seed. He is leaving to go to Iona to replace Rick Pitino, FDU to Iona.
Well, look, I mean, watching him, his passion, his post-conferences, he seems like a guy you would want to be your coach for a program like Iona. I'm with Brown, though. Typically, again, Fairleigh Dickinson didn't even win their conference tournament.
This guy was 21-16, 10-6 in conference.
I think we're way too premature when somebody has a run like that.
You know what he has for his career at Fairleigh Dickinson?
Probably sub 500.
21-16, 10-6 in his conference. It's the only year he ever coached there. I never understand these hires. Like, you just replaced probably a top 10 coach of all time. You guys agree
Rick
that Rick
Pitino?
Pitino's
Oh,
top
yeah,
10 all
yeah,
time?
Yeah, I would agree.
Top 10 coach of all time.
In any category you want to go,
Yeah.
top 10 rebuilder, top 10
Doesn't
X's
matter.
and O,
Yeah.
top 10
Yeah,
recruiter,
yep.
top 10 sleaziest. I mean, you can go top 10. Anything.
Well, you really could.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can.
3 different teams to the Final Four. That's pretty
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, but so you've replaced him with a guy that has been a college coach 1 year, and to Lance's point, was 10-6, didn't even win their conference. The only reason you even know Tobin Anderson's name is because, was it Merrimack that has just moved up? So they're ineligible.
Yeah.
It's the only reason you know the guy's name, and you've just hired him. If you're
Stupid
Iona.
rule, by the way.
I agree.
The next round is brought to you by Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. You see, it's aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of clearness, character, and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Okay, I want to set up a little something that Nick Saban said last night. After we rehear the Jimbo Fisher and Bobby Petrino back and forth with the reporters about Bobby Petrino and our Texas A&M spring news conference yesterday. So let's see how Jimbo Fisher is handling his new offensive coordinator with the media, and then we'll get to Nick Saban in just a second. A reflash back to Jimbo Fisher from earlier in the show.
I know there were reports initially you were interested in Bobby, and then he took the job at UNLV. What made you go back to pursuing him and wanting him for that position?
I didn't go back. I never left.
What was it about him that made you want him to pull him from UNLV from already having
Same
taken a
thing
job?
I did when I was talking to him at Missouri. I just never made a decision until then.
Hiring Petrino is going to help your execution. Am I correct when you're saying it gets down to execution? Whatever you see that he does comparable
It's
to
going
you?
to allow us some things. I think he's a very good coach, and I think he'll help us offensively. Yes.
Execution. But so what
And
about
it's what coaching is. I mean, at the end of the day, it gets back to being able to execute what you do and be able to be consistent in what you have to do.
and what about who makes the play calls? Would that be him or you?
Yeah, I mean, we'll go through that as we go.
Go back to the back.
Plan
to
on
the
him
right.
making calls. Plan on him calling plays. I have no problem with that at all.
All right, so
It is like full of teeth to get him to say that, isn't it?
yeah, confrontational from the get-go. Well, last night, Nick Saban's got a new offensive coordinator, too, and it's Tommy Rees. And this went on last evening when talking about the new OC and quarterback coach, Tommy Rees.
When you're breaking in 2 new quarterbacks, is it advantageous to have a younger offensive coordinator that's kind of been there at a time not too long ago that kind of can relate with
Well,
them?
what if you had an older guy that had been there not too long ago? What would be the difference? in
I'm
that?
saying
I
that,
mean,
like, in terms of
yeah,
being
well, I'm just
being a
saying.
quarterback himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is not young, not old, good. All right, effective, good teacher, good quarterback coach, can develop quarterbacks, can help them sort of learn and grow at the position. And I think that was one of the critical factors in the search for a new coordinator, was that the guy would be a really good quarterback coach and has a history of being able to develop quarterbacks. And I think we did that.
Yeah, so don't look at his birth certificate, Nick Saban says. It doesn't matter young or old. He went to try to find a guy who could help develop these quarterbacks.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is interesting how young Reese is, but we saw him do it at Notre Dame. I mean, it seems like yesterday I was watching this guy just get undressed by Brian Kelly, when he was actually playing quarterback. But, yeah, I mean, good is what matters. Do you think Saban would hire Bobby Petrino, though?
If he thought he could win games,
Yeah.
he would.
I mean, he hired Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I know. If he thought Bobby Petrino was the difference in 10 wins and winning a national championship, Bobby Petrino will be the offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa.
Obviously, age doesn't matter because you got Kevin Steele on one
That's right.
one
He's
side of the
100.
spectrum.
Yeah, you know what probably it came down to is that Tommy Rees is a better on-the-road recruiter than Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, I believe that.
probably
Yeah.
would. Bobby Petrino, at his age and being a head coach for so long, probably doesn't want to get out and dog it and drive around and go to high schools left and right and watch tapes and make phone calls and kiss ass all the time.
Doesn't have to with that collective A&M's got, right?
Tommy Rees, more of a dog in the recruiting trail, I would bet.
And so I want to clear something up that is hitting us on Twitter and in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, that we say Nick Saban, because it's important I say this because I want to circle back to what Saban just said there, that we say all the time, Nick Saban says everything is calculated and says it for a reason, and now we're trying to back down from that.
No, not at all.
with this Nate Oates thing. And it is not true. I think it was calculated. I also think, and Clay disagrees with that, and that's fine. I've got a reason I think this. I'm not just pulling this out of thin air, that Nick Saban was completely unaware of Nate Oates saying what he said about wrong place, wrong time, and then having to apologize. I think Nick Saban was trying to send a message to that. I think it was to his players. I don't think it was to Nate Oates or to Alabama or to anyone else. I think it was to his players. I don't think he knew Nate Oates ever said that and had to apologize for it.
See, I disagree.
Well,
I don't know how it's possible that he never heard that.
Because he's
with
Nick
that
Saban.
said, I think Saban's stance has always been what he said yesterday. There is no wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, but anyway, I think also what Nick Saban said right there has a message. I think Nick Saban knows. Now, first of all, Nick Saban used to say this about Major Applewhite, too. A lot of people would ask, Major Applewhite's awful young. You think he can handle this job? And he's like, age doesn't matter. He used to get, that was when Saban was the first the Alabama coach. I think Nick Saban doesn't want you to talk about age because Nick Saban knows that's used against Nick Saban. So what's it matter?
Yeah.
A young coach, old coach doesn't matter. Can the guy coach or not?
It doesn't matter. Since we went back to it, on Nick Saban saying that last night, you can, be sending a message, believe everything you say, and not really be thinking about Nate Oates when you say it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I think. I think it was unintentional. I think he had to have heard, again, just my opinion, it was the biggest story in Alabama athletics in a negative light, and I can't remember a bigger story. And so I just find it hard to believe because, we brought up earlier how much he supported Nate Oates this year. So I find it hard to believe that he didn't hear those comments, but whatever. Again, I agree with you. I don't know. I think it was unintentional, though.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt he knows the situation and knew that phrase, those comments. But you can know that and then have that news conference last night and not be thinking about Alabama basketball at all, right?
And that's where I am right now on
right.
this.
So you're not eviscerating Nate Oates, as Clay would say. You're not sending a message to everyone else that I would do it differently than Nate Oates or Greg Byrne or the school president.
Yeah, what do you gain out of that?
Yeah.
Why would you?
You don't. That's why when Nick Saban's asked about it tomorrow, or what is today? Tuesday, Thursday. If he's asked about it Thursday, he's going to say what he's going to say. Now, Clay has set it up where Clay can't be wrong. Well, of course he's going to say that. He got, that's the way Clay operates. But Nick Saban is going not necessarily walk the comments back, but make it clear there was nothing about Nate Oates. He didn't know Nate Oates had said. It actually wouldn't surprise me because I was unaware Coach Oates even said that.
Look, Nate Oates is helping the football program. The football program helps the basketball program. When
There's
you bring
no
these
doubt.
recruits in and you see that atmosphere and you've got a really good product, that brings excitement.
And to Jim's point, if Nate Oates wanted to distance himself from that, or Nick Saban wanted to distance himself from that, he wouldn't be sitting courtside for multiple games. He's been more visible in this Alabama basketball season than any other season I can remember.
Yeah, and I made a point to tell that to Clay for a reason. There were times he didn't come to any basketball games. He was there for a reason.
Kind of hard to blame him. You watched the Anthony Grant and Avery Johnson era.
So, that being said, we've talked about that. When we come back, we'll jump into some other stuff that's going on, including more on the football. We'll hear from Auburn coach Hugh Freeze coming up at the top of the hour and talk about what he discussed yesterday. The show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap getting you ready for another rainy season this spring. We all know those April showers are coming. You don't want those clogged gutters.
No, cap it, don't snap it. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Look, it's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. You'll never have to clean those gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com. Stay away from the dangerous ladder. You work all week. On weekends, you don't want to get on the roof. It is a dirty, dangerous job. 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town. Touchdown, Birmingham! Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on The Next Round. About to ask LT and Brownie, where's the next big upset in the Sweet 16 for this weekend or the Elite Eight? Where's the next big upset coming? But first part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Dr. B, who's making LT's hair look fantastic. Tell us about Dr. B.
Yeah, you saw it last night, didn't you, Dunaway?
I
No
did.
hat.
No hat. We were doing a steak payoff last night, and the hair looked fantastic.
Again, when you start to thin out a little bit, whether you see it yourself or you see a friend thinning out, let them know. Be preemptive. Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. T3hair.net, and right now, Dr. B offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, for more information, T3hair.net.
All right, so if I said biggest upset of the games on Thursday or Friday night, is there one that jumps out to you?
Boy, I got to tell you, man, when we finished the show yesterday, because I think we talked about this late in the show, I had a lot of people whose basketball opinion I trust say, do not count out Princeton. You watch this Princeton team, this is no fluke.
LT said it on the show.
They have beaten, okay, but a lot of non-show basketball people, maybe I should have said that I trust say this Princeton team is not a fluke. They have beaten a really good Arizona team and handled a Missouri team that a lot of people thought could make a run in this tournament. Creighton isn't significantly better than either one of those two teams.
Look, I agree. I think, here's the thing, though. When Creighton is scoring and what you got from Nimari the other day and right now, I mean, Creighton with Kalkbrenner, I mean, he had a 30-point game, what was it, Friday night? Then Nimari goes for 31 on Sunday against Baylor. And that team can score with the best of them. But Princeton is so disciplined, they'll wear you down. They're only averaging 8.8 turnovers per game over their last 6 games.
And in their wins, it's not like they lead from the start to the end. They just sort of gradually come back.
Yeah, again,
they're just there at the end.
They were down double digits to Arizona and were able to come back against that team.
Okay, Princeton and Creighton. Creighton's -10 according to mybookie.ag. Then you have the 7.5 and the 7 with San Diego State, Alabama, Miami, and Houston. Those are the 3 biggest potential upsets. And honest to goodness, you can close your eyes and see all 3 of them. I mean, there's a chance in any game in the NCAA tournament. It's a dumb statement to say anything can happen. So one off. But you can make a case that San Diego State has a shot against Alabama. You can make a case that Miami's athletes have a shot against Houston, and you can make a case Princeton against Creighton.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Houston-Miami numbers as high as it is.
At 7?
Because Miami seems to match up well with them. Sorry. Got something in my throat.
Got a little almond?
No, little salami.
Oh, a little salami.
We've all been there, man.
Right. I knew Rockstar was going to say that immediately when I said that.
Normally the weekend, Rockstar, but it's only a Tuesday.
No, but I am really surprised. I mean, Larinaga, his experience, Isaiah Wong's a guy that could take a game over.
Why don't you step out and go take care of that? Just go. Just go. Those quick lunches, those 3-minute commercial breaks.
It's a race against time to eat something.
Undefeated.
It's only a 4.5-point spread. So, seating-wise, image-wise, name-wise, this is an upset. But at some point, if Tennessee starts turning the ball over, it's going to be hard for them to recover.
I had it at 5.5 this morning. Is it down now?
Yeah,
to what?
mybookie.ag at 4.5 right now.
So it's
and
gone a whole point since this morning.
Yeah, a total of 131.5. I mean, if you see Florida Atlantic winning, that is going to be a shock to a lot of people's system. I think if you ask the average American, all right, Florida Atlantic and Tennessee are playing, what's the point spread in this game? Most people would say, oh, Tennessee's a double-digit favorite. Florida Atlantic? I mean, I think you're surprised these 2 teams are this close anyway. But when you've taken away a player like Zakai Ziegler, who Tennessee's had to play, 4 games, I guess, 4 postseason games without, or 3 postseason games without. So I guess they're feeling their way without him. But at some point, you fear if you're Tennessee, the turnovers start and it's a ball rolling down the hill at that point.
And don't you? And you're bringing up Ziegler, and you just eventually think that catches up. But also, don't you think at some point Tennessee catches an officiating crew that doesn't benefit the way they play? I mean, Rick Barnes,
everything.
Rick Barnes was having to defend himself at his own news conference yesterday. I don't think we were, we did anything, illegal or, way too physical or anything in our game against Duke. We think Duke played physical. They were, he was having to defend their style of play in their news conference yesterday. There will come a time they will have an officiating crew that will not let them mug other people, and they will have to play. And I think that's when the Ziegler injury catches up to him. They won't be able to score, and it may be FAU.
Yeah, look, Tennessee to me had a huge advantage on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Can't even keep up with it.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, over the weekend.
They had a huge advantage with the officials they had. I mean, for Duke, as physical as that game was, for Duke to only go to the line 7 times, and I agree with you. I mean, it's just going to depend on who's officiating their games, but Florida Atlantic is a really athletic team.
Okay, back to college football coming up at the top of the hour. You'll hear from Hugh Freeze, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, and then we'll jump into a couple of things in the NFL. But earlier today, Dante Hightower, the Alabama great, announced that he was retiring. A great career there. It'll be interesting to see if he's in a conversation for a Hall of Fame somewhere down the road, being part of a couple of NFL championships. We'll get into another move involving the New England Patriots in just a second.
Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're in the market to pop the question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right. Damian Harris, also another Alabama guy, leaving the Patriots, signing with the Buffalo Bills. Why is this important, right? Singletary is out in Buffalo. So here comes Damian Harris, a guy who could play a role in that Bills backfield. There's been talk of them trying to get Derrick Henry. I don't know if that'll happen down the road or not, but Harris goes and will have a role in that Bills offense.
Yeah, and I think Damian Harris was a guy that was underutilized in New England, at least last year, and he wasn't fully healthy. Stevenson's a guy, Ramondre Stevenson, the kid out of Oklahoma, was kind of the go-to back last year for Belichick. So I think Damian Harris was the odd man out. And that's the one thing that Buffalo can't find consistently on offense is that go-to running back. Devin Singletary's been a nice change of pace guy, but they haven't had a go-to guy. So this is a fresh start for Damian Harris and a great landing spot.
Yeah, I agree completely. And, that just wasn't a great Patriots offense for anybody. Matt Patricia he was in over his head, ill-equipped. I don't know what it was. It was a poor choice by Bill Belichick, though. The guy's maybe the best to ever do it, but that was one of the worst choices he's ever made, and it just affected everybody. Mac Jones didn't have a great year. Damian Harris, it affected everybody. So I think Lance put it pretty well. A clean start for him is exactly what he needs there, and you're right. It is a good landing spot.
Yep.
It is just amazing, though. I constantly marvel at this, how interchangeable running backs have become in the NFL. I mean, it's just like, DeMondre Stevenson, Damian Harris, they're all the same to me. It doesn't really matter. Let one go. I mean, there's like a top 0.5% that are elite enough that it seems like, oh, we'll never let that guy go.
Yeah. I mean, second and third contracts are becoming rare and rare for a running back.
No doubt.
Yeah,
with their same team.
Yeah, and this is what happened. He's going into year 5, and, New England, I mean, to let him go in division, it kind of shows you they don't think he's much value right now. But, I mean, this is a guy that was close to 1,000 yards just 2 years ago.
I always liked Damian Harris at Alabama, too. I thought maybe
guy did everything.
He did, and, he just doesn't – he's never going to be in that same category in fans' minds as a Mark Ingram or a Derrick Henry or a Najee Harris or people like that. But that guy, Lance is right, he did everything. He did some dirty work on some teams that helped Alabama win a ton of games and some championships.
Didn't he block the punt against Florida State to get that game going in that early kickoff?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he did.
It was some offensive starter that was out there. It may have been Damian that blocked it. And then 2017, he was part of that big play at the end, probably through a block or something. I know he's celebrating in the locker room at one of the great interviews.
Really good Alabama player, Damian Harris, and
Najee Harris probably, it's always a great argument, may be the most talented running back
in Alabama history.
In Nick Saban's time.
Nick Saban's time.
I think the toughest.
I didn't want to step on Bobby Humphrey or Johnny Musso or Major Ogilvy's toes.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs, pretty strong.
Well, in a lot of ways, underutilized at Alabama only because the roster was so daggum deep. It was hard to get everybody in.
Derrick Henry, Heisman Trophy winner, Mark Ingram.
Derrick Henry's next level. I mean, that's
Bo Scarborough was too.
I know. Yeah. I mean, you start running them down, and it's you can build tiers, and unfortunately for Damian, he's not on that top tier.
Not crying tears, but tears levels.
Yes. I think most people understood that, but my emotions.
Well, I mean, not everybody.
Okay.
Build tears when you start thinking about how powerful Alabama's running game used to be.
You can build levels, and unfortunately, Damian will never be on that top level. But that guy was a really, really good running back.
I mean, still a huge audio platform. They couldn't see.
Correct. I got you.
The platforms you were stacking there.
Yes.
We'll get to what Hugh Freeze said yesterday coming up in our next segment right here as we head down and talk quarterbacks and some other positions. One thing you can say about Hugh Freeze, he does not sugarcoat any words when it comes to his roster right now. Hugh Freeze tells it like it is next right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
158 days to week 0, 118 days until SEC Media Days in Nashville. You ready for a trip? Nashville in 118 days. How many places will we be between now and then?
Oh my gosh, I can't even count. We kind of went through it yesterday in our meeting.
Yeah.
And
Louisville this weekend, maybe Houston the next. We got another trip to Floribama. Where some other things we're going to announce later on. But
it's a lot.
Rockstar, can you write a Next Round version of On the Road again? A little Weird Al spoof.
That was a great commercial, the Capital One commercial. I think I'm officially tired of them.
They keep adding people to those commercials. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, you got Charles don't come cheap. I know what Charles gets for
Jim
it.
Nance is a mascot.
Yeah, Jim Nance is in there. You still got Spike,
who adds so much.
Yeah, and now you've added Willie. Yep. I mean, my gosh, the cast. I mean, they've got a better cast than some Hollywood productions.
The biggest upset is Willie's still alive.
I've seen him in concert. I think it was right before the pandemic.
Would you take Willie or Sister Jean?
Willie.
Take him where?
No, I'm just.
How old is Willie?
96.
And Sister Jean's 103?
Yeah.
I think she probably lives a cleaner life.
Oh, probably.
That dude smoked a forest.
He really has. I think he smoked anything you can roll. I think Willie is 89. Y'all had him a little too old.
And y'all can make fun of him. You know why? He is 5'6".
Willie's that short?
He's shorter than Napoleon.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
And shorter than Bryce Young. Mm-hmm. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends right there at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for fishing season.
They are getting you ready, Dunaway, for fishing season. But Nichols Outfitters also wants to remind you that right now it is turkey season. So don't waste your time running all over town to collect your hunting gear. Spend time out hunting. Nichols Outfitters has everything you need for great turkey season. The calls, the decoys, the camp, the top quality firearms you've come to expect from Nichols Outfitters. Drop in today. Get out on the hunt. Exit 242 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Hey, Forrester, before we play this soundbite, can you just punch it up real quick? Hats off to Kirk Sampson and everyone down at Auburn. That's a good setup. You know, they've got Hugh sitting down so he can be relaxed, not standing up, having to wobble back and forth. And
he's testifying.
No, he looks like he just hiked Everest.
Yeah. He just finished practice. He's trying to rebuild that program.
He's not practicing.
You don't know how hard you have to coach to rebuild it.
I think he forgot how stressful the SEC is.
The logos in the back. Now, if I was helping our friends at Auburn, I would say that I'm sure that's a sponsor right behind Hugh's head. But I can't tell you what that sponsor is.
Oh, that logo is very familiar.
I
think it's medical.
You think so?
I think so. If he ducked real quick.
Yeah. But see, it should be other places, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
we know he's with Auburn. He's repping that on the hoodie.
Yeah, and the AuburnTigers.com is all fine. But if I'm paying for that sponsorship, I mean, it's back to us. So important for us. We did it twice.
Yes. Most Dunaway thing ever, by the way. Start out with a compliment, say, but let me just tell you how they could have done it better.
Well, I just like the lighting, the
Right.
seating. You know, it's really a great look. But to get my money's worth, I'm going to want Hugh's head out of that way
I'm going to tell you, I bet during the course of this bite, the screen changes and you'll get to see who it is.
Oh, that'll be good.
That's just a guess by me. I don't know.
Let's see if Brown's right. Let's listen to Hugh Freeze here. First off, this is Hugh talking about the quarterbacks and the wide receiver. It has sort of turned into a quarterback and wide receiver game, college football. And how is Auburn's about halfway through spring? Here's Coach Hugh Freeze.
I think the two positions that stand out to me right now of we just have a long way to go is the quarterback room and the wide receiver room. Not saying we've arrived at other spots yet, but those are the farthest off because they're probably the most we ask them to do the most, truthfully, and it's brand new to them.
Yep. Yeah, I was incorrect. By the way, it didn't change at all. That's alarming if I'm an Auburn fan.
Or Brown, or if I may, the offensive line is not being mentioned there, which means they are better than they were last year. So if you've got better offensive line play, I can improve the other places.
Yeah, there's that. It is alarming to me if I'm an Auburn fan, though, Lance, because if he's saying how far behind they are, how far behind do you really think they are? You know, I mean, if it's bad enough for him to say it.
Well, let's go a little bit further then, Brown, that you brought that up.
All right.
Here's Hugh Freeze on the quarterbacks that Brown was saying. If he's saying how bad it is, then how bad is it really? Well, he gets asked that, Brown, and here's part two.
They're very coachable.
Oh, boy.
Stop right there.
Wow.
Stop right there.
Wow, that's answer number one.
They're very
Yikes.
coachable. Very coachable.
Yeah, that is
she's got a great personality.
Great personality. You would love hanging out with her.
Pretty face.
Yeah.
Pretty face.
Love hanging out with her.
Pretty face. Now play the whole soundbite. Yeah.
They're very coachable. It's very new, what we're asking them to do, and truthfully, I wish we were further along after watching Friday's tape. But it's certainly not from a lack of want to, and I'm not even sure it's a lack of can do. I think we've got to coach it better, and hopefully we'll see a turn toward a better understanding of what we're trying to do this week. But again, I've been very encouraged by their willingness to listen and to be coached.
My gosh. I mean, he's looking for any positive thing he can say.
But in fairness, that's the first scrimmage.
It is.
It's a whole new system that you're throwing things in there, and you don't have the best roster in the world that you're working with. But this did open up the debate yesterday in Auburn circles about whether or not, Brownie, there is still the possibility of adding a quarterback in the upcoming portal after spring practices. In fact, Justin Hokanson, who's been on our show and said this a couple of times, he thinks maybe they'll add 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are hammering the transfer portal, Lance. And I think if you listen to Hugh Freeze right there, there's a reason they're hammering the transfer portal. And look, those Grayson McCall rumors have been out there for a very long time. It's a little bit, to me at least, unclear on where the status is on the things that are perhaps preventing Auburn from getting him.
Seems to be an academic miscommunication or
Yeah,
something that doesn't transfer.
Yeah, you think that you could clear that up.
Boy,
somehow.
you would, wouldn't you? In this day and age?
Went back in the day would have got Dr. Transcript.
Oh, Dr. Transcript after it. I've heard the name Michael Pratt, who is the
Tulane guy?
the returning Tulane quarterback. If you could get him, that's a huge win.
Yeah.
Either one of those is a massive upgrade.
Can I just go? I mean, I hate I did it that way right there because we try to be so transparent on this show. I knew you were going to say him, and I acted like I didn't know you were going to say him. And I'm sorry. I apologize for the fakeness there.
Well,
we try not to be
know.
fake.
It's quite all right. Lance didn't. Lance, Michael Pratt, Tulane quarterback.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The Tulane guy?
Tulane quarterback.
I'll tell you, man, that final drive against USC in was it the Cotton Bowl, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kid's impressive. I think McCall's a little bit better, but Pratt's good.
Yeah, I think if I had to choose one of the two, I'd probably go McCall. I feel like it's weird that the Coastal Carolina or the Tulane quarterback, we're debating who's the more household name. But I think you're probably picking household name if you go McCall. You're buying label there. But I do feel like he's the better of the two quarterbacks.
Okay, so if we're going just the charts in football, okay, quarterback is so important because they literally touch the ball every play. Got to have a quarterback to win in college athletics. Probably need a good receiving room for the quarterback to throw to, right?
I would say receiving room is probably the reason Alabama did not play for the national championship this year.
Okay, so quarterback and receiving room, and he's commented on both of those. If we flip it to the other side, the defensive side, what has become the most important thing in the way football is played today? It is what? It's rushing the quarterback.
Edge rusher, yep.
Edge rusher, you say, LT.
Yep.
Funny you should bring that up. Here is head coach Hugh Freeze talking about, what is it, LT?
Edge rusher.
Edge rushers.
We need to recruit more. We're not where we need to be in rushing the passer. We certainly will improve our guys, but we've got to get better at that spot for sure, and I mean at all spots. But we've got to get better. We're deficient in true pass rushers currently.
Okay, was there anything you liked?
We are deficient in true pass rushers.
Yeah, I mean, look at this board behind me. Piedmont Health. I know my head's blocking it, but
is it Piedmont?
I think that's what everybody's saying. I don't know what Piedmont Health is. Piedmont's a high school in Calhoun County to me, but I'm assuming at some point Hugh got to something. He's like, hey, let me give you the positive here. But boy, right now when he looks at this roster, he seems pretty.
Can I get Forrester's mic? Forrester, you watch the whole news conference. You're the one who, without me asking, it's a great setup here. I used to work at a place that I had to do my own sound bites. But Forrester feeds these to me. Hugh Freeze. You gave me three. You watch this. You're an Auburn guy. These were the best three sound bites. Was there anything positive? Brown would like to know what's positive.
What are you talking about? He said they're coachable.
Okay. Was there one position group he was like, now let me tell you this one right here. Now we're loaded.
I'm trying to think of an analogy.
He liked their offensive line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is a huge plus because offensive line has been an issue at Auburn.
Can you guys tell from when Forrester joined the company, almost 2 years ago now, being back in that room with Rockstar, he says very little, but he's got where he's dropping the one-liners pretty hard.
Rockstar's rubbing off.
Rockstar's rubbing off on him, man. That was a good one-liner.
I'm a good influence.
Yeah.
That's what I start that Forrester fire.
Well done, Forrester. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect, though, that Hugh Freeze, there's a reason the Auburn job was open. And recruiting, even late Malzahn, you cannot pin all this on Brian Harsin. He didn't recruit well. Malzahn wasn't recruiting well late either. So, I mean, I don't know this, and rosters are so fluid now with the transfer portal. But if you had to guess, there are 14 teams in the SEC, and if you went in thirds as best you could, where do you think Auburn's roster falls
Bottom
now?
third.
You think it's bottom third?
Yep.
Probably bottom third.
I think it's not bottom third. It's towards the bottom of that middle third.
But, you could shift.
Bottom middle third?
Bottom middle third.
The narrative of his comments.
Can you port that on the chart, sir?
I mean, if he just said, look, we've got some talented guys on this roster. We've got athletes, our quarterbacks, they've got some experience. They've shown flashes. They're going to get better. I mean, there are things that you could – it sounds like he is drained after one day.
It really does. I mean, he's watched this quarterback situation. Like,
holy shit.
Yeah, what have I done?
All right, I'm going to talk about Wayne's here for a second. But Forrester, we're being asked, he said Watt wants to know if he's having a stroke or are we slightly out of focus today compared to other days. LT has whacked the cameras a couple of times with fastballs during trash. How are we doing on focus today?
I would advise that he sees a physician because
looks good to me.
We're pretty sharp.
I'm looking at it right here on my screen. Look at it. That is sharp as it gets right here. I can't believe you're questioning Forrester's work.
No, I'm just checking with He Said What. He said what? We are not doctors, but please seek medical help right now. Our friends at Wayne's will help you when it comes to pest control, termite protection, also mosquito protection when you're outside, and get the lawn care specifically the way you want it here in the South. That's plush, green, thick grass, and just ready to be enjoying these wonderful afternoons that we're about to have. Whether you're grilling or playing in the backyard with your kids, you want that great lawn care, you get it from my friends at Wayne's. Use the promo code TNR always with Wayne's to get great discounts. Call Waynes.com, or go to 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Here's the deal. They've been in business for 50 years, so that means they do it right. And they're celebrating 50 years by giving you $50 off their services right now, and you can stack those up and save big dollars on that, right? And this isn't just for new customers, as you get sometimes in these kind of promotions. This is for new customers and existing customers. Call Waynes.com, or call them up, 866-WAYNES1, and use the promo code TNR. Promo code TNR, which stands for the next round. With our friends at Wayne's, call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. All right, before we get to trash, a little time on Antoine Davis. Antoine Davis, just to remind you, is the son of former Alabama player and UAB coach Mike Davis.
How does he play, Brown?
Well, it's daddy ball because Mike is now his coach in college.
Detroit Mercy is where he played. His team was 14-19, and he is upset that his team was not invited to the CBI so that he could do what, Lance?
Where he could break Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record.
Yeah. Now, Antoine Davis came up a few points short when his season ended in their tournament. And there had been discussion if, given the invitation, they would pay the $50,000 to continue the season at Detroit Mercy in the CBI. But the CBI apparently got some phone calls and emails and letters saying they did not want Detroit Mercy to get that opportunity because they don't think that's the way Pete Maravich's record should be broken. Pete Maravich's son, who is still alive, said, you know, if Dad's record gets broken, it gets broken. I don't think you should get it like this, though. At 14-19, your season should not continue at 14-19.
Well, on top of that, and I'm sorry, Lance, but on top of that, you know, just the total games played. I mean, Maravich only played 3 years. He was freshman ineligible, right? Because
the difference in games, Maravich 83 games.
Yeah.
Antoine Davis 144 games.
So I mean, it's already questionable at best. And if you continue the season this way, it's an embarrassment.
It is an embarrassment, and I can't believe Detroit Mercy was going to pay the money. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Davis would pay it out of his own pocket.
That's right.
Just to let his son go down in history like that.
And guess what? Jim Dunaway may have done it too if Carter or Harper were on the verge of breaking a record. Not to sit here and say a father's love should be judged by us. I'm not saying that.
And that's fine. I just can't believe Antoine Davis himself, in the conversation with the Associated Press, said the things that he said.
Give me the quotes.
The quote, I'm upset about it. I feel like I got cheated out of something that they can't ever give back to me. I think it's selfish and weird that people emailed or called to the CBI to say we shouldn't be in the tournament because they didn't want me to break the record.
The guy that shot 30 shots a game thought that was selfish?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I still, and there's the final quote, there's nothing to hold my head down about. I still feel like I'm the best scorer in my generation.
Yeah, nobody's going to remember that.
Well, they'll know him in Greece.
He'll light it up.
He ain't playing in the NBA.
But you think he's got a future even playing abroad?
Oh yeah, he'll play abroad.
Oh yeah,
I mean he's a scorer. Yeah, he'll make good money over there.
Yeah, they'll pay money to go see a guy score all the time.
Yeah,
I mean now he ain't gonna get all those shots. He's going to have to play within a structure that his dad's not coaching.
Now this guy Rick Giles,
non-democracy,
huh?
Non-democracy.
It's more like a dictatorship when your old man setting the kid up for all the shots.
Well, Rick Giles is president of the Gazelle Group that runs CBI, and his quote was, the decision we made wasn't based purely on whether we wanted him to break the record or not. I think it probably was.
I mean, actually, it would seem like it'd be better for the CBI to have him in there. I can't tell you one team that's in the CBI. If Detroit Mercy was in there, I could at least tell you they're in it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not going to watch it. They could play in my driveway, and I wouldn't watch the CBI.
It's not up to regulations.
It doesn't matter, Rockstar. I wouldn't watch it. But yeah, at least if Antoine Davis is in there, somebody knows that the CBI exists.
That is a good point.
Do you have any idea of any team that's in the CBI? Any idea?
I think North Alabama.
Do you have any idea of any team that's in the CBI?
I saw earlier, and I can't remember.
See, you've even read it, and you can't remember.
No, I mean, with all due respect to UAB, I wish them luck against Vanderbilt when they play up there. Is that Wednesday night, or is that tonight?
It's tonight, I believe.
Is it tonight? I thought it was Wednesday night.
I think it's tonight. I don't know.
Will you
Maybe
check that for me?
I'm looking for the CBI right now.
Would somebody check the NIT for me? Is it tonight or tomorrow night?
It's tonight because I've got a couple of plays on it.
No, you got a couple of plays on UAB Vandy tonight. I
think it's tomorrow night.
Yeah,
tomorrow
UAB Vandy's not tonight. I'm saying, there are games in the NIT tonight.
Was got a little confusing there.
Well, hell, you didn't know.
No, I said I thought it was Wednesday night.
Yeah, okay.
Then you were adamant.
I'm on the CBI right now. I'm trying to find out who's in the CBI. They play their championship game in Daytona Beach.
Eastern Kentucky.
Don't care.
Southern Utah.
Yep.
These are teams still alive.
I think that's it in the CBI right now.
Radford and Charlotte.
Radford and Charlotte, maybe.
Okay, Marty went to Radford.
Says UAB Vanderbilt's been canceled.
What?
No, it's probably the betting line, right?
I'm telling you, it says canceled. Look.
It hasn't been canceled.
Oh, Richard's going to be there.
Yeah, it's Wednesday night at 6.
I'm just saying, on scores and odds, at the bottom it says UAB Vanderbilt canceled.
All right, I've got all the teams. Okay. Indiana State.
I hear you, Rockstar.
Yeah, Rockstar.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, there's a lot going on. Go ahead.
At least he's listening.
Yeah, I know. It's
I'm
a change.
always listening. Okay.
Indiana State, San Jose State, Charlotte, Southern Utah, Duquesne, Stetson, Tarleton, Eastern Kentucky, Cleveland State, Radford, Milwaukee, Rice, North Alabama, Western Carolina, Southern Indiana, and USC Upstate.
My gosh.
All those teams play $50,000 to keep going.
Complete garbage.
It is. Not a good team in the bunch, obviously. I mean, it's not made the NCAA tournament. How about it's the fourth appearance for Duquesne in this? It's kind of sad.
NH3425 says Antoine Davis is showing up on NBA draft mock boards.
Oh, good for him. There was some other tournament when they didn't get the CBI invite, they were trying to create a tournament. Like some organization was petitioning the NCAA to create like this 8-team field and it count towards NCAA stats. That's a true story. I saw that last week. So, I mean, there are all kinds of people bending over backwards to try to bastardize this record and give it to Antoine Davis.
Yeah, because it may never be broken.
Well, I don't think it will.
And especially in 3 years, but we'll see. It's a long time. Maybe we'll be playing on 12-foot goals and humans will be able to jump through arenas at some point and be able to fly and do other things.
I just find it hard to believe. I mean, the kid might be a little over 6 feet. Maybe.
When we come back, it's trash time. We'll jump into that. Don't forget, we'll be up in Louisville. Is there a chance we can make the location announcement in the next segment?
I don't know. Let me return this text right here.
Okay.
Or make a phone call on the break, and I think we can do it.
All right. Let's see if we can work on that so you guys can make your plans to come hang out with us on the way to the Yum Center on Friday. We'll tell you where we'll be broadcasting from, hopefully at some point during the show, maybe even the next segment, as soon as we get to break here and Brownie can jump on the corn phone.
No, it's not Taylor.
Oh, it's
somebody else.
Never mind. Back in a moment, right here.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. LT, or is it somebody hit a three? You about to throw the T-shirt in the air?
I poured a little too much water.
Uh-oh. Oh. So is that one of my T-shirts that you're using as a mop?
No, it's another one.
Okay.
My Yeti, my Succession Yeti. I can't wait for the season to break.
Oh, I can't wait either. By the way, clear up a little bit what you said about UAB.
Yeah,
Vandy.
so I was looking at scores. We were trying to figure out who was playing in the CBI tonight and then who was playing in the NIT. And at the bottom of scores and odds for tonight, it says UAB Vanderbilt canceled. But on Wednesday, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, it says Vanderbilt's a 1.5 point favorite.
Yeah, so they initially had the lineup for a Tuesday game. That's part of the problem with the NIT is you never know from game to game what day you're going to be playing. So it was initially up as a Tuesday game, so they had to cancel that and put it up as a Wednesday game. They're favored by 1.5.
A betting terminology there they were using, not the game being canceled.
Yeah, they're 1.5 point underdog, I should say, at Vanderbilt tonight.
All right, so that is cleared up now. This hour is brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is time for trash. Let's hit it, Rockstar. Big button. Do it.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with a six-figure salary has long been a milestone for American workers. But according to a new study, times have changed and $100,000 simply isn't quite what it used to be in many cities. Now, financial technology company Smart Asset compared the after-tax income in 76 of the largest U.S. cities and then adjusted those figures for the cost of living in each place. And here are the cities where $100,000 goes the furthest. Memphis, Tennessee. It's over $86,000 in take-home pay.
Oh, wow.
El Paso, Texas. Almost $85,000 in take-home pay. Oklahoma City, almost $85,000 in take-home pay. Cities where $100,000 doesn't go far. These won't be surprising.
San Francisco.
San Francisco's on here.
New York.
New York is leading the pack. You know what $100,000 does for you?
To me, I remember they used to tell me back in the 90s that a Big Mac cost $10. I'm going to say that's $50,000.
I'm guessing $100,000. I'm in the hole in New York. I'm
close.
$20,000 in the hole.
Almost $36,000 take home.
Is that not amazing?
Kidding me?
I'd be moving.
So if I made $100,000 in Memphis, I'm basically making $86,000. If I make $100,000 in New York City,
and you're living in a teeny tiny place.
You know, that's
$36,000.
I clicked on one of these on TikTok, so now the algorithm serves me up a lot of those. They do these tours of these apartments and condos in New York and what you pay for them. And it's just ridiculous, like the stuff they're like, man, look at this bathroom. And I'm like...
And you share that, sometimes you share that bathroom with 4 other tenants.
Yeah, but even the ones that are like an ensuite bathroom, and I'm like, Innisfree's got a better bathroom than that, man. It's a freaking bar.
Well, I saw one that was,
yeah.
It was really nice, and it was about the size of this studio and you guys' room in there, the production room, and it was $5,600 a month. So I'm not surprised that $36,000 is the number. Honolulu, right at $36,000. San Francisco, right at $36,000. D.C.
Has anybody on the show been to Hawaii on a vacation?
Nope.
I haven't either. I
don't think I've got the desire to go to Hawaii.
And I don't
the Caribbean's
either.
a lot closer.
Yeah, because I feel like, I don't know, the Caribbean or the Gulf is just an ocean I can enjoy. When I see Hawaii, I see all the big waves and stuff, and they tell me how
well, you're not just going to the waves, you're going for the culture too. Like it's something totally different.
Yeah, I don't care about eating a pig with an apple in its mouth.
That's what you think.
We'll go all stereotypes, right? So
Yes, I don't care about water grass.
I don't care about grass skirts.
Am I going to get laid when
But
I walk off the plane?
But I do care about getting one of them lay things. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to want to go to Hawaii, but Rocky Beach, volcanoes, sharks.
And it's a long flight to get what you can get on a short flight.
Yeah, because I think once you get to L.A., you're only halfway there.
I will say the best Hawaii ever looks to me is the early season golf tournaments when it's like 30 degrees here, and you're like, phew.
Man, you ever watch Hawaii Five-0, the reruns back in the day?
Yeah, I never liked that show.
With old Jack Lord.
The best Hawaii-based show to me was Magnum P.I.
Yeah, Magnum was good. You remember the episode where he was just treading water?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, and the shark was circling him. Do you remember that one, Rocky?
I don't. I remember. I saw very few. It was before my time.
Well, you know, you always as a kid had this, because of Magnum P.I., I always had this picture of what Hawaii was, and then somebody one time told me Honolulu's a dump of a city. And I'm like, oh, it can't be. It's in Hawaii.
It's in Hawaii.
Hey, so my ex-father-in-law, great guy, but he used
could be a great song, by the way.
No, he used
my ex-father-in-law.
He would wear like the Hawaiian shirts like Magnum. He had the Detroit Tigers hat and the mustache.
He did not.
I swear he did.
Luke and Bill went, I'll never forget that year for Halloween, Luke and Bill did Magnum P.I., and it was so good. Like, he legit grew the mustache and wore the Tigers hat. And I'm like, man, that's pretty close right there.
Okay, so there's that. We got 2 men facing felony charges stemming from a December break-in and vandalism of a chocolate shop in someplace in Minnesota. Excelsior. Led to a big community reaction. Alexander Running, 19 years old, and Karsten Lutzwager, 20, of Minneapolis, both charged with third-degree burglary and first-degree damage for property for allegedly breaking into Truffle Hill Chocolates, spraying a fire extinguisher throughout the store, and ruining all the chocolate during the lead-up to a busy Christmas season.
Okay, you have to live the rest of your life with one of those 2 hairstyles. You going left or right?
I'm going right.
Yeah,
right
right.
looks a little like Jack Taylor's right now. It's a mess.
You can do something with that.
That is a bird's nest on the right. I don't know what the left is.
Yeah, I think I would go left, though.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm surprised both y'all went right. I'd go left.
It looks like an askew toupee.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Not a great look.
Askew.
To be honest, I don't know how long he's been in the orange jumpsuit there, but he's got a little something about Mary going with that hair lick right there.
It does look like he took
Tyler, you know what I'm talking about, Tyler. You know what I'm talking
His
about.
hair looks like mine if I wake up from a hard nap and I never roll over and I'm only on that one side the whole time. Get that matted down hair.
That's a flock of seagulls.
It is.
Tyler's expression when I said that, he went, ooh.
Something about Mary.
How about this? The headline, man turned himself blue after taking dietary supplements for years.
Oh, wow.
Now, Paul Carrison,
Shut
who
up.
suffered from a range
Shut
of
up.
conditions, including dermatitis.
Why would you wear a blue shirt?
Yeah, I know. Matches your skin.
Makes my skin pop.
My gosh. He consumed, what is this? A silver compound mix in an effort to stop his skin from flaking. According to an episode of Inside Edition from 2008, the Washington native also started rubbing the mixture onto his skin, causing him to experience argyria. It's a rare medical syndrome caused by silver poisoning from dietary supplements. Paul, who became known as the Blue Man and Papa Smurf, does look like Papa Smurf there.
He does look like he ate a lot of Smurfs.
Started drinking the homemade silver mixture after reading an advert in a New Age magazine, which said it would promote health and rejuvenation.
Oh, he's the picture of health. There is.
Well, first of all, he's got bad eyesight. He's a little chunky in the middle.
He's got some beaver teeth.
And, by the way, he's blue.
And he's got no hair on his arms.
He does. That's true.
It's hard to tell with this photo, but
there is. I think these. There's more hair.
Lots of hair on his
I think up in the northeast Kentucky mountains and up where it meets West Virginia.
He's got a little Andy Reid in him.
There are a lot of people that have the blue tint to their skin, and I think it gets credited to
water supply.
No incest.
Whoever told you about this story?
Well, you've told me, but I saw a documentary on it once too.
It's called.
Did you ever go up there?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
heard about this.
So you've seen them?
Eastern Kentucky. It's the blue. They're known as the Blue Mountain people. Yep, absolutely, and it dates back to marrying within your family tree.
Yeah, I know. They credit it to incest, which.
Well, I didn't know if incest was a crime.
Oh well, I don't know.
It's the Kentucky Blue people.
Yeah.
If you see somebody from the Kentucky region that's blue on one of your dating apps, you swipe left.
Yeah, Rockstar, I don't know if that's a real photo of them. That looks like a painting.
Yeah.
That looks creepy as hell.
It does.
Just Google WLEX Kentucky Blue people.
Oh, did y'all do a story on it when you were up there?
You know, it was very popular.
Yeah.
Kentucky Blue people. Now, I guarantee this may be like fans for basketball games.
It is. It's going to be all the big UK fans.
In the isolated hollers of rural eastern Kentucky, they were known as the Blue
Fugates and Blue
Combuses. Collectively, they were called the Blue People of Kentucky.
Much
see, I told
easier.
you.
Much easier.
Click on the story right there, Rockstar, and see if there's a photo with it. There they are. Look at them.
Oh,
that doesn't look like they
not
colored that at
real.
all.
A little blurry.
It looks
black and white photo, except Technicolor skin.
That's right. It looks like they're going to a Duke game. Yeah, I don't know, man. If we don't have photos, I don't know if I'm going to believe this. I swear I saw a documentary.
No,
on it.
and there's our man.
See, there's our boy.
He looks like he's been Easter egg dyed.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, this guy has made up a story here. I think he was part of the Kentucky Blue people, and he's blamed it on like silver intake.
Okay, we all mishear lyrics, right, with songs?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Here's a common one. Toto's Africa. The actual lyrics, I bless the rains down in Africa.
Oh,
I always thought it said, God bless the rains.
I always thought I believe in the rains.
Misheard lyrics, I guess it rains down in Africa.
Oh, that is what I thought it was. I guess it rains down in Africa.
But it says, I bless the rains.
I, for whatever reason, knew that.
I didn't know that.
Well, because the rains, right? They had problems with drought and hunger and everything. The rains
I guess
help.
it rains in Africa.
Yeah, I guess it rains in Africa.
White Snakes, Here I Go Again. The actual lyrics, like a drifter, I was born to walk alone.
Yeah.
Misheard lyrics, like a drifter, I was born to wear cologne.
No, I never heard that. Never heard that.
A drifter, because that makes sense. I was
So
born
my
to
wife
walk.
thinks
one for one.
Invisible Touch by Genesis thinks she keeps his heart in an invisible top shelf.
Jennifer used to think it says he keeps his hat on an invisible top shelf.
An invisible top shelf.
So Nancy thought the same thing?
Yes.
That is
not
so.
God, you need to get them together.
That is so weird. Well, they know each other. That is so weird that my wife and your wife thought the same thing, and it makes no sense whatsoever in that song.
And they both married you guys, and y'all do a show together.
Police is Every Breath You Take. The actual lyric, how my poor heart aches with every breath you take. Misheard lyric, I'm a pool hall ace with every breath you take.
Oh, yeah.
I've never heard that one. I'm
Makes sense.
one and two now.
I used to think Evil Woman by Electric Light Orchestra said Be Yucca Woman. And
that makes sense, though.
Yeah.
Be Yucca Woman.
I think I've told you guys, when I was, like maybe 2 or 3, Walk This Way, Aerosmith, I thought it was Gonza's Pig.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Gonzo's Pig?
Back when I had no friends and would play Nerf football by myself outside, what is it? Something Big O Jet Airliner?
Yeah, it's Steve Miller. Big O Jet
I used
Airliner.
to think it was Michelob Jet Airliner. And I was like, God, why are they, because Michelob was big back then. Yeah. Why are they dropping a sponsor right in the middle of the song here? And then I grew up and did the show, and now I know why.
Samuel over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat, pretty good. Eddie Money's, I've got 2 chickens to paralyze.
So good.
I've got
2 chickens to paralyze.
2 chickens to paralyze.
Here's Johnny Natch's, I Can See Clearly Now. The actual lyric, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Misheard lyrics, I can see clearly now Lorraine is gone.
Yeah.
Glad we got her out of here. Stacy says she used to think it was big old joint and lighter.
And a lighter.
Instead of big old jet airliner.
Alanis Morissette's You Ought to Know, the actual lyric, it's not fair to deny me the cross I bear that you gave to me. The misheard lyric, it's not fair to deny me the crossed-eyed bear that you gave to me.
Not a big difference there.
Cross-eyed bear, like a
cross-eyed bear.
Cross-eyed bear.
Cocaine bear. Okay, yeah.
This story's amazing.
Okay, hold on. Some more lyrics over here. Stacy, you already said that one. Chris says, revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. That's the real one, isn't it?
I've never understood what that song says.
That is right.
Okay.
It's about cocaine, isn't it?
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen wrote it. It's about cars.
You always guess cocaine, though, when it comes to music. Yeah, it's about cocaine.
Nick,
or sex.
Nick's walk-up song was Oak Ridge Boys' Elvira. He thought it was Hell Fire Up.
Hell Fire Up.
Turn the channel.
What a
You
terrible
just mentioned
song.
sex.
Sorry.
Larsa Pippen, Scotty's ex-wife, back in the news.
Oh, wow. I was discussing this at dinner last night.
This is amazing.
Oh, wait, I had dinner with you.
Yeah. She says, in front of a camera, Rocky, have you heard this yet?
I have not.
She had sex 4 times a night for 23 straight years with her husband, Scottie Pippen.
4 times a day.
I got the math. You don't have to do it.
He was going
that
a
would
lot,
be
though, which is crazy.
1,460 times a year and 33,580 for the whole duration of the marriage.
All right, so a lot of the holes you can shoot in this one. Number
Literally,
one,
so to speak.
to Rockstar's point, 41 road trips a year for an NBA player. And was she married to him when he was in the league?
They were in playoffs a couple times. The Bulls were.
Yeah, I mean the Bulls frequently in the playoffs. So let's say that's another 20 road trips. No, it's going to be 10.
Barstool
51.
did this story, and they said there's only 3 possibilities here, and only 3. The first one, this is a Hall of Fame LeBron/Wilt Chamberlain levels of lying in broad daylight.
That's a good one.
The second, Larsa Pippen has no idea of what having sex is.
There's that. I mean, I
And
think
they
that's
make the
unlikely.
Point. Some people think hooking up is is one thing and another.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely.
And then the final one, which could be the proper one, Larsa and Scottie Pippen are genetically engineered super soldiers who are ready to be activated at the moment our government believes they are needed for a great war.
Oh well, there's that. Yes.
What are they going to do in the war?
I guess bang the other soldiers.
Yes, I don't know. Well, I mean,
4 times a night.
For us to win, Pippen's going to need Jordan. I don't know if you saw him without him.
She was banging MJ's son, though, right?
That's the story,
according to reports.
Yep.
And then Malik Beasley, who was traded to the Lakers just a month ago, who is teammates now with Scottie Pippen Jr.
Well, I mean, she literally has a lot of time on her hands. If that first story is true now, because they're not still together, right? The Pippens?
No. I mean, no.
Yeah,
not at all.
Sadly, I don't know if I hit that number my whole life.
4 times a night?
No. Her number just
the total. You're saying the total.
3,000? I can guarantee. Who has?
Like if the Pippins put a pea into a jar by the bed every time they had sex. First of all, the room would be full of jars, and if I took one out every time I had sex, I don't know if I would get all the peas out of the jars.
What
you know
a
I'm saying?
weird analogy, by the way. I don't even know where to go with it.
Like, who was known as like the biggest bachelor in like a celebrity?
Charlie Sheen.
Oh, is
Charlie
he?
Sheen said he was 5,000, around 5,000.
Yeah, and that's probably about right for Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, I mean,
I think 5,000 different women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, think about Mick Jagger, people like that have been doing this for like 60 years.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, I think the
Warren
most
Beatty.
likely thing is she thinks this makes her look some way, so she's just lying about it. I mean, that's the most likely thing here.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, look, she wants followers on social media.
She wants attention, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen her. I mean,
I have not. Couldn't pick her out of a police
looks
lineup.
pretty good for a mom.
Yeah.
For her mom.
Yeah.
What's she
older
doing
mom.
now?
She's done a lot of plastic. I think she does Basketball Wives or whatever, that reality show. I've never seen it.
Oh, well, that explains
only
everything.
time I've seen her actually was from this story.
Yeah.
It's Larsa Pippen.
That's her right there.
I saw her in sunglasses and
That's her?
Yeah. Looks a little like Meadow Soprano.
She looks
A
like
little bit. I see
Kim
that.
Kardashian and what's the girl, Marie Menounos.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see that, yeah.
She looks a little bit like I would have ordered, like if she had a surprised expression on her face, like she would have came from a Japanese manufacturer.
Well, if you look at his Scottie Pippen's face, it looks like this is at the end of the night after 4 times.
Yeah. No, this was after 3. He's got one more round to go.
Scotty's
He ain't
time,
happy
my
about
gosh.
it.
We got another quarter still to go. I thought that was the end of the game.
Complete
Overtime. Damn it.
Just to even have those thoughts in her head.
I mean, does he have to clock in like that old cartoon with the wolf and the hound dog?
He rips those
and
pants
the
off.
sheepdog. And now, 6'10" forward from Central Arkansas.
Good memory, Central Arkansas.
Pippen's a big dude too.
Yeah, what's he, 6'9"?
If there was anything close, if that's anything close to the truth,
it's not.
I don't know how she gets
This is
another
an
date in her
attention
life.
grab. When you told me she's on some TV.
I mean, would you want to date her?
No.
I would consider her active.
I like watching TV.
I mean, you got to get a new pair of tires every now and then, right? A lot of mileage. Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs, and that perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A lot of great comments over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Enjoyed them all. Pippen 6'8". Sorry, Jeremy, that's the one thing we got wrong in that segment.
6'9".
I went 6'10".
I would have thought 6'7", actually.
Yeah. Another thing we got wrong in the shot as well, in the story as well, is Scotty never took the last shot in games. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the Next Round. Randall, thank you. Misheard Lyrics, Peter Kay, comedian, is a bit on that one. Randall sent that to us on YouTube. I will check that out for sure afterwards. I love stuff like that. Can't wait to see that. Appreciate everybody jumping in. Taylor's handling everything remotely today. You can like, subscribe, and talk to us on Twitter and Instagram always at Next Round Live. Remember, give us a thumbs up and like as we broadcast from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios today here at the Blue Lake Center. A couple NFL notes before we get to the top of the hour, and then we'll jump back into the biggest stories of today involving basketball and involving Alabama starting football practices. Already Clay Travis has been with us today. You can get that podcasted everywhere. Nimari Burnett joins us coming up at 12:20 in the final hour of the show. Samuel says, Jimmy America, who you got in the WBC tonight? I like Japan getting a little juice tonight against Team USA, because I think at some point Otani comes in and closes this thing out for the Japanese tonight.
Well, not if the Team USA scores 15 runs.
No, that's right.
Seems highly unlikely.
That's exactly right. Otani in Japan with a big walk-off win last night, 6-5 over Mexico, and now it's Japan and Team USA as they play for the World Baseball Classic tonight, 6 o'clock on Fox, where they expect this to be the most watched baseball game in the history of Earth. So we will see if that comes
That's
to
over 600 years?
A few years.
Yeah. So it'll be a long, long time.
John wants to know Scottie Pippen's shoe size. You guys want to guess?
I'm going to put him at a 19.
That seems big.
That's a big foot.
That's big for a guy.
I mean, I think I would say it's a 14.
Yeah, I go 14 or 15.
Okay.
He is a 16.
16. Big old shoe size.
Yeah.
Those are hard to find.
Much like everything else in my life, Scottie Pippen's shoe size smaller than I thought.
Big kick, lots of clicks, right?
Yeah. All right, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. They'll get you going no matter what. Lunsford wears a 14, by the way. Humble brag from the back row. Hemp Hill Services keeping you running right now. Your plumbing, your cooling, or your hitting. What's up, Big John? Big John.
Big John. You got to keep that HVAC up to date. They're offering right now $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Do I have the smallest feet on the show? I got an 11.
I got a 13.
How about 13?
10 and a half.
10 and a half. What you got, Forrester?
11 and a half.
11 and a half. Did you answer a half just to get past me?
Nope, I can prove it.
It's hard to lie. You just got to take them off.
I know. It's on every shoe you wear.
These are different. These are European.
Yeah.
Truthfully, though, Rockstar, sometimes I do wear 10 and a half, depending on the shoe. So you and I pulling up the rear.
I got what we call Flintstone feet, short and fat.
Really?
Yeah, my mom said that when we were little, we have Flintstone feet. I would not be a good ballerina.
That's what's stopping you.
You've got a Job foot.
Easy to stand on your toes at that point.
I got them hobbit feet.
All right. So Rick Pitino gets hired at St. John's. 6-year contract. He's already taken 5 teams to the NCAA tournament. Can you name those 5 teams?
They are Providence, Kentucky, Louisville, Iona, and
the other one.
Providence, Kentucky, Louisville, Iona. Who's the other one? So he's taking 5 teams?
He's taking 5 teams to the NCAA tournament.
Oh, hold on.
Pour one out for, what was Davis's first name? Lee Davis. Old Jocks days.
Lee Davis. I can't remember who he coached before Providence. It's got to be who it is, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Who it is before
I don't
Providence.
remember.
Northeastern?
Not Northeastern, but it is in the Northeast. Don't look at the
No,
board.
I'm not looking.
The board.
I'm not
The
looking.
official answer is now up there.
St. Peter's?
Not St.
Who
Peter's.
did he coach?
Albany?
I'll give you
Lance is just naming East Coast schools.
They play in the Bean Cup every year in hockey. Their mascot's the Terriers.
Oh, Boston.
Boston University.
So he went from Boston to Providence,
Yeah,
huh?
Boston U to Providence to Kentucky to Louisville, now Iona. And now he's the head coach at St. John's. Well, that'll be the 6th team he's taken to the NCAA tournament if he's able to get there.
And he will.
And he will. I
No,
agree with
he'll take him in the NCAA tournament. In fact, I'd almost bet he takes him to the Sweet 16.
Okay, I'm embarrassed to say this, Brown, but we got a text from our buddy AB and Tobin Anderson,
right?
Who got the job, the Iona job.
Yep.
He said he'd been to 7 straight Division II tournaments, took Fairleigh Dickinson from 4-22 to 20 wins this year in the tournament.
Well, that's good.
So,
That's good
I mean,
coaching by him.
That's
yeah.
a pretty good resume.
It is. I mean,
AB, thank you for the correction there.
I mean, he took Providence to the Final Four. He, of course, won a national.
Back to Rick Pitino.
Yeah,
now.
back to Rick Pitino, not Tobin Anderson. Took Kentucky to the Final Four numerous times. Took Louisville to the Final Four numerous times.
Won a national championship.
Won a national championship at Louisville. You know, I mean, Iona, I did not expect him to take them to the Final Four, but he had them in the tournament 2 of the 3 years he was there. He will take St. John's at least to the Sweet 16.
Okay. I bring this up to get to St. John's and what they're doing to Mike Anderson. Mike Anderson, who played at Arkansas, was a coach at UAB for a while, a big SEC guy and a Birmingham guy. Mike Anderson is owed $11 million from St. John's.
That's a good agent.
They are not going to pay him. They say they fired him with cause, that the players were not meeting the academic expectations that were written into Mike Anderson's contract, and so they're firing him with cause. Now, I want to paint a picture for you that you are trying, if you're St. John's University, you're trying to not pay Mike Anderson the $11 million he's owed for some loophole in a contract because, as the contract says, did not live up to the standards of St. John's and is a poor image for St. John's University. And you just hired freaking Rick Pitino as your head basketball coach. Not one dime will St. John's be able to keep him.
Not a
on that
dime
jury.
back.
They will have to pay $11 million, and I would throw in some embarrassing court costs on top of this.
I would too. I mean, you think about it, this is the same Rick Pitino that was basically running a whorehouse for his recruits.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any way this holds up. Beyond Rick Pitino, you would have to think if you're Mike Anderson, and maybe they did, but if you're Mike Anderson's attorneys, St. John's never once brought this up. We were not warned. We were not told, hey, this is a problem. There were no warnings given whatsoever. You would think just even without even bringing Rick Pitino up, there's a chance that they've got the paper trail or lack thereof that would keep St. John's from being able to do this. This feels like, who was the football school that tried to fire a guy without paying him and they ended up having to settle?
Tennessee, but they haven't settled yet.
Well, Tennessee did it with Jeremy Pruitt, but I thought there was someone else that tried to do that, like Kansas or somebody randomly tried to do it, and they ended up having to settle.
Didn't Leach always say that Texas Tech owed him so much money they never gave it to him?
Yeah.
Washington State ended up having to pay the guy they fired for COVID, the vaccine.
That's right. Yep. And they fired him with cause.
Troy's right, though. Shouldn't sucking at your job be with calls?
No,
that's not that those contracts work.
Should
I know
be,
it
though.
should be, but it's not the way the contracts work.
$11 million. Pay Mike Anderson his money and let him get on with his life now that you've got Rick Pitino as your head coach.
I'm still shocked that Mike Anderson didn't work out. I mean, things were so well at UAB, and it seemed like a perfect fit at Arkansas.
Yeah, I think if they had gone to him right after Nolan Richardson, it would have worked much better at Arkansas. I think if they had just kept that
I would agree
kept
with
that family going, but he went to UAB, then went to Missouri, then went to Arkansas, and it was so far removed from that era of basketball, it just didn't work out for him.
All right, back to some of the big stories when we come back. And Nimari Burnett on the edge of us heading to Louisville with the Crimson Tide. Hope you're making the trip up this weekend, Friday and Sunday, hopefully a Sunday game for Alabama. We'll be up there with the Tide in Louisville. We'll tell you where you can come by and see us for our live show on Friday. a little bit later on, either today or this week, as we continue to work out the details on our trip up north. Show being brought to you today by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world famous fried chicken. If you were at Champy's right now, what would you have for lunch?
Let me go with the tamales.
Yeah, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You like the slaw.
The slaw and those beans.
The baked beans.
Very boring.
LT's in the same. He orders the same thing.
He does.
Is it a po' boy for you today?
Yeah, I think po' boy and the baked beans. I'm going to go tamales and baked beans. I'm with Lance. I'm just going to say, give me his order.
It's a good day with tamales. I do enjoy that. Last time I was there,
I order too many though. I mean, I can never finish them.
Well, I got the first smallest order is 3.
Yeah.
So I had 3 in the slaw waiting for my chicken to be cooked the other day, and I had to get the whole chicken and everything else to go because I was full after the tamales. They're delicious. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you hour number 3 of the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
What are you waiting for? It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, still to come in this hour, we are going to talk Alabama football here. 4 downs after we talk to Nimari Burnett. The Alabama guard will join us in the next segment, and that's here for the final hour of the show. So we'll talk a little football, then basketball, and then we'll get to everything with LT's 4 downs today. I'm Jim Dunaway. That's LT, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Tyler in camera right there in the nextround.store camera, nextround.store for all your gear. Forrester and Lunsford on the back row, and Taylor Korn is handling everything, as always, social media-wise. The Auburn grad sending me a message saying, take it easy on our quarterbacks, wide receivers, and edge rushers.
She needs to send that to her guy, Hugh Freeze there. He's the one that was a little disappointed by them.
As we said, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Michelson Laser Vision. Let's look into everything going on in the sports world. Brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number you need to call. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear contacts, you wear eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I went in over 20 years ago, got the procedure done. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a free consultation. You've got absolutely nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Nick Saban saying yesterday that Tony Mitchell, one of their big DB recruits, suspended, arrested, according to reports, including fleeing law enforcement. Also, 226 grams of marijuana found inside the vehicle. A passenger was also arrested. A gun was involved there in the arrest. 141 miles per hour is the reported speed Mitchell was up to while fleeing the arrest, according to all the reports there of that arrest. Nick Saban says he is suspended from the team and team activities while the school gathers further details. Alabama started spring football yesterday. Auburn continued spring drills yesterday, but it's pro day at Auburn today. That has 33-year-old quarterback Cam Newton throwing at pro day. He's hoping to make a return. Georgia adds Brandon Streeter and Derek Dickey as off-the-field analysts in their offensive room. Streeter was the offensive coordinator last year at Clemson. Dickey was the offensive coordinator last year at Texas A&M. Basketball happening tomorrow night. UAB is up at Vanderbilt in that contest. And the World Baseball Classic Championships tonight, 6 o'clock on Fox. It's Japan versus Team USA for that championship game happening tonight. By the way, the Panthers making a statement yesterday that they have no interest in Lamar Jackson. The first of 32 teams to come out and say they have no interest in the Ravens restricted free agent. That really shouldn't be news. They've got the first overall pick. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're going to go quarterback. Mel Kiper has another mock draft that is out today, and everyone seems to believe it is C.J. Stroud who's going to be the number one overall pick, and Bryce Young will go second to Houston. You agree?
Yeah, I agree, and those are good fits. You know, the interesting thing is now he has Will Levis and Anthony Richardson in the top five. So 4 of the top 5 are going to be quarterbacks.
Is that historic? Have we had 4 in the top 5?
I can't remember it, no.
Yeah, I don't think so. And, you know, I think Stroud and Bryce Young are both going to work out. I don't think Levis and Richardson will, but you never know in these things.
I mean, the odds are 2 fail to succeed. I mean, that's pretty.
I remember we had 3 top 10s one time. It was Matt Leinart, Vince Young, and Jay Cutler. And I thought of the 3, Matt Leinart would have the most success.
Yep.
He had the least success. I thought Vince Young would be number 2, which he probably was. And I thought Cutler would be number 3, which he was probably number 1.
Cutler was the best of that group. Yeah, I mean, that's not saying a ton. But Cutler was the best quarterback of that group.
And I would say that Bryce Young will be the best of this group.
One of our 5 TVs here, I see trade talks ramping up for DeAndre Hopkins from the Cardinals. So they're working. Where does somebody like that go? I mean, the Texans obviously have a lot of money and a lot of room. And you're going to draft quarterback. Carolina needs some help for C.J. Stroud. You wonder if they end up trying to move some pieces or some money to try to get.
Well, they've already got Thielen. You know, they did that yesterday.
Yeah, but does he even seem like a number 1? No way.
Well, you know, Hopkins hadn't been able to stay healthy recently.
Yeah.
He still is a 1, though. Boy, if I was Arizona, I would not want to give him up.
Yeah, it depends on what you can get because it could be the start of a rebuild out there. Dante Hightower retired earlier today. We had that in the first segment. And Roger Goodell is getting a new contract, it looks like. He's been the NFL commissioner since 2006, on the job for a long time, and he makes a lot of money there. We'll jump in now to a little Alabama football. Nick Saban yesterday, Rockstar, was talking, and this is almost a running joke every year. We'll start off with cut number 3, Rockstar. Nick Saban meeting the media, basically saying he's missed us. It's been a while. In fact, I may have seen that he had not talked to the media since they beat Kansas State. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, I do think it is true.
Here's Nick.
Maybe on signing day.
Good point.
signing day.
Here's Nick Saban talking about, I don't know, something he always talks about.
You know, a lot of opportunity. Everybody has an opportunity. Everybody has an opportunity to compete for a position. You guys love depth charts. We don't really have a depth chart right now. So, you know, and we want to give everybody reps and everybody a chance to show what they can do and see how each and every individual might be able to contribute to the team, you know, next year.
Okay, so no depth chart. That's something you hear every time. But he does get into talking about how this team, there's a lot of newness around this team. You got 2 new coordinators. You're going to have a new quarterback. Here's Nick Saban talking about just trying to blend together the fabric of what has been this dynastic program with all the newness as this spring started yesterday for Alabama.
I've said this before, but I look at every season like I just took the job. So if I just took the job, what would we have? We'd have new coaches. We'd have new leadership. We'd have to create a new culture on this team. We'd have to create new leadership on our team from players as well as coaches. I would have to make sure that the coaches really understood the culture and the system that we wanted to play, whether it was offense, defense, or special teams. It's great to have continuity, especially in leadership positions, but this is not something that we don't have some experience at making sort of adaptations, being flexible, letting people add things that they know will be beneficial to us, contribute to how we can fix some of the problems that we've had in the past. New energy and new enthusiasm is always helpful. So that's what we're basically going to, you know, try to do with the new people that we have. And, you know, hopefully we'll have some players that step up and become leaders. But they're going to have to earn the right to do that.
Yeah, newness there with that. But one thing's not for sure. Leave that up, Rockstar, real quick. Forrest, you punch that. It's that sweater. It's cold. It's springtime.
Buddy,
that thing is.
That thing's seen some football.
Yeah. That thing has been there since the beginning of the Saban era. That is not new. That is old, tried and true right there.
I mean, 100%. You can't buy that right now.
No, you cannot.
He's wearing something like most coaches wear the new gear because like Nike or Under Armour's like, we want you to wear this stuff so fans go buy it. You can't buy that.
Yeah, you can only find that maybe at a thrift store.
Maybe.
You wonder how superstitious. I mean, a lot of people in sports very superstitious. No, Brown's not superstitious. I am superstitious. You are, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
But I wonder if there's a story behind that.
I don't know. I mean, the man is a creature of habit. He eats 2 oatmeal cookies or 2 oatmeal.
You think he still does that?
Cream pies every day. Yeah. I think he does. I think it's because of who he is.
Wear me out though.
I know. I mean, I eat the same breakfast every morning.
I kind of do.
Same
too.
exact thing.
But I haven't done it for years. Like I've switched up this year.
Yeah.
When Lunsford gets back, is he back? Is he back there? Okay, when he gets back, would you ask him before the end of the show if he will search some 2007 Nick Saban pictures and see if we can find that?
Oh, 100% you can.
Because I think it was there in year 1.
Yeah.
I knew it was there early, Brian. I'm just trying to see if it was there the very first year.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can get some documentation.
Didn't you do the coaches show the first year?
No. Very first year was Don Hawes.
Okay.
And Don Hawes was sort of like, who was the other guy on American Idol besides?
Ryan Dunkelman?
Brian
Dunkelman?
Yeah, he was Brian. He was Brian Dunkelman.
Yeah, Brian Dunkelman.
Yeah. How do I know that name? Brian Dunkelman.
Yeah. And then he was one and done.
Yeah. See, if Rockstar will go back up, but I mean, the golf shirt is I don't know. That's a little more.
That's 2007.
No.
Texas A&M hands tied first loss to an unranked team in
A&M was 100%. That was last year. If you'll go up, the golf shirt he's wearing. All right, scroll down, Rockstar. Scroll down.
No, you had it. It was back up to the right.
No, right there. Go.
No, the Castile, I think it's short sleeve.
The Castile, it is, but it's the same design is my point. And the one he's talking to Bobby Bowden, that's the first year.
Yep.
So it's the same design as the sweatshirt. He's just got the long sleeve version.
Yeah.
So I think 100% that pullover is from year 1 of Nick Saban.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy to think about.
I've got some stuff that's 14 years old.
Oh, there it is, Rockstar, yeah.
Yep, see?
Oh, that's using NIL, so that's new. Yeah.
But it shows you how old it is. They've got the picture on file. Yeah, just use that same Nick Saban picture.
Yeah.
You got something you've owned since 07, you think, clothing?
Yeah, I wonder if he had multiple and he just, he gets as much gear as he wants. Like if I get a pair of shoes that I really, really like,
you buy the next pair.
I'll buy the next pair.
We told this story, but Charles Barkley did that with golf shoes. He finally found a pair of golf shoes he liked.
Yeah,
How many
stack
pairs
of
did he
them.
buy?
Oh, he had, and these are top line shoes, by the way. It was in his place in Atlanta. We were in there, and he was like, "I know you love golf. Come look at this." And he showed us, and they're probably a dozen pair. Is that fair?
I thought it was just a little bit more than that, but
just a stack of boxes. 12 to 15 pair of the
About right.
same exact golf shoe.
What size was he? Do you know?
I think a 14.
Because I was wondering if
I thought it was bigger.
He's
I
like
really
6'5".
Yeah.
I think probably a 15.
Yeah, 14 or 15, and that was
you
part
would
of
have
the
been
problem.
able to walk with a pair of those if you would have been the same size.
What do you mean? Yeah, he'd have given me a pair.
He would have given us a pair.
Yeah. I mean, I think he showed them to us knowing there's no way he can give us a pair because we can't wear a 15 or whatever it is, but I think Charles probably gives us a pair.
He can get anything he wants from Nike.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And these were not Nike. That was the
know.
interesting thing, yeah.
Yeah, he made a point about that too, didn't he? Some people are saying they've got a winter coat since 1988. Jason, I've had a winter coat since 1988.
I'm trying to think of the...
What's the
I'll
oldest?
tell you what, the Patagonia that I wear, sometimes I got that the week that me and Rocky went to see the Titans and the Rams when Chris Johnson was dominating. That would have been
good game.
2008 or 2009.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've got an old one.
I've got some jeans I remember from 2010 jeans.
You know, I always say this.
Like your
because
skinny jeans, like once I lose weight, those
Yeah.
are the ones, I'm putting those bad
They're
boys
coming
back
back
on.
on.
They really are rock star. Thank you.
Yeah.
They're the lure in the water.
Motivation jeans.
Yeah, they're just hanging there in the closet. Like Jim looks at them every day and says, "One day." I'll
You know
be
what's
back."
really funny is I took them off. And
By accident.
Well, I was packing quickly on one of our trips. I think it was down to Floribama most recently. And I got down to Floribama, and thank God I packed 2 pairs of jeans because I went to throw those things on. And I will not throw them away because I plan on being, I think in 2010, I think I was 167 at some point. And I started to pull those things up. And as they were going on my knees, I was like, these are getting tight. And when I got about top of the thighs and couldn't get them anymore, I was like, dang. Maggie,
You remember when you had that ratty long sleeve white shirt that we made you burn in the parking lot?
We're getting very close. I got 3 grays and 3 whites that I'm running through here. I wear the sleeves under this a lot, or shirts a lot.
I do have a Ram shirt when they changed logos from winning the championship in 99 to 2000. I've got a T-shirt from 2000.
So a 2000 T-shirt.
Oh, you know what? I've got a USC T-shirt, no lie, from 96.
Do you have any St. Louis Rams gear, and do you keep it?
I do have St. Louis Rams.
Do you wear
gear.
it ever?
No.
So it's just a forgotten era.
Samuel says he has marital issues from 2009.
And you wear those every day, don't you, Sam? Don't you? I hear you.
I always do this because jeans are tricky for me. When I find a pair that I like the way they fit, I always say I'm going to go buy 4 pair of these and just rotate them, and I never do it. And then I'll wear through them, and I'm like, crap, now I got to go find a whole nother
I
pair
have
of
worn a
jeans.
pair of jeans, like denim, like the blue jeans.
Yeah.
And probably close to a year, probably.
Yeah, I wear them every day in the winter just about.
You got a pair, though, don't you? You got a pair ready to go just in case you lose the bracket challenge?
Oh, yeah, you're going to need them.
I mean, you're going to need the little denim in that country video.
I'm going to need you to look like George Strait, or I ain't going to believe it.
Yeah, I don't know if my jeans, the only so-called skinny jeans I gave to Jack. I guess I'll have to get a pair. You know what? Jack's got a pair of Wranglers. I wonder if I can fit into his. Well, they need to be tight like Alan Jackson.
That's
right?
what I'm saying. If you don't have tight Wranglers and a cowboy hat like George Strait,
crispy.
You got to give the girls what they want, man. You got to make them pack tight.
We're gonna have plenty. The casting has already started.
Rockstar's right. It's got to be Wranglers that have been sent to the cleaners. They're starched.
Yeah, it's got to have
Starched
a crease.
Wranglers.
Pleated.
Yep.
Pleated.
Like they'd stand up in the corner by themselves.
That's right.
It's gonna be a lot on the nads.
You want this to low out,
Got to look legit. One more thing from Nick Saban, Nimari Burnett in our next segment. But tell us about our friends at Slice if you're looking for lunch.
Local pizza, local ingredients. Just a fantastic product created by my late friend Jeff Bajaya. Jason and Chris continue to keep it going at Slice. 4 great locations: the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Again, $75 curbside carry out every single night. You get the 12 wings, you get the half pan of salad, 2 of those specialty pizzas. For more information, check them out online, slicebirmingham.com.
Taylor, make that a poll question, by the way. Oldest piece of clothing you have, is it from the 20 teens, the early 2000s, the 90s, the 80s? And we won't go back any further than that. But there you go. Even though Krusty says, good name Krusty, he's got a Bulls hockey jersey from the 70s. That's a, if it's WHA days, man, that is legit collector's item at that point. Nick Saban, one more thing, talking about quarterbacks from yesterday, and that is a big storyline. Like, even though everyone seems to think it's Ty Simpson, here's what the Alabama coach says, Rockstar, that is cut number 6. Let's hear what Nick Saban says about the QB position.
You have an opening at the quarterback position. What do you like about the guys who are going to be competing for that spot?
Well, look, I think everybody has an opportunity. You know, none of the guys have a significant amount of experience. I think Jalen played, one game, half a game where he really had to play the game, and he made a lot of plays. He made plays in a different way than Bryce made plays. Ty, who made significant progress throughout the year but never really had much of an opportunity to play in critical situations in a game, is also someone that we think has developed and made a lot of improvement and has a lot of potential to be a pretty good player. And then we got 2 young freshmen that, they probably have a long way to go, but they're eager to learn. And they're eager to try to improve and get a better understanding of what we need to do. But development at that position is really going to be a critical thing for our team this year because I like the players that we have around them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big statement from Nick Saban. That I like the players that are around them.
Yeah, a little different than what we heard from Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, again, I would agree. But understandably.
Yeah, circumstances.
Yeah. All right, so that's Alabama starting spring yesterday. 14 more practices for them. We'll talk to Alabama guard Nimari Burnett when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
No, we're about to talk to Nimari Burnett here, and some people think it's Michael Jordan that's in that jump man pose. I think it could be Nimari Burnett.
Really?
We just don't know it yet. We'll talk to him about that. We won't talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about the Sweet 16 coming up as we all head to Louisville as Alabama advances through Birmingham, Louisville, and hopefully Houston still ahead. The show being brought to you here by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
That's who brings you our weekly visits right now with Nimari Burnett and Wendell Green from Auburn. They are presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans. For the best in service, the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in Birmingham. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Nimari, what is up, my man? How are you?
How you doing? Thank you guys for having me again.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming on as always. How cool was Thursday and Saturday playing an NCAA tournament game, but only playing it an hour down the road, place packed with Bama fans. The atmosphere was incredible. How cool was all of that for you guys?
Oh, man, it was absolutely amazing being able to play in front of our home fans. The whole atmosphere of the NCAA mixed with our home fans, it was a great environment. And, we came to play and, did what we had to do.
You guys win by 22 and 23 points in those games, and we were talking about it yesterday. I don't know if you guys have played a complete game in a long time. I mean, you guys are still dominating, which is great, but it doesn't seem like two halves have come together and you guys have hit a ton of threes. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree. That's the beauty of defense. We have a lot of length and size, as I've said before. And the first game, we didn't defend to our capabilities. And so, that was the other half of what we didn't do in the second game. We defended better. And so once we put the defense and offense together, then we'll be more complete. And, we're definitely capable of it.
Okay, I've been trying to educate folks since we knew it was San Diego State and Alabama on just how good of a defense San Diego State is. You've seen them on tape now. Tell me what you see with San Diego State.
Oh, they get under you. They switch 1 through 5. Physical, size at the 4 and 5 position, and strength at 1 through 3, strength all across the board. And they play hard, play relentless, and at the same time, so do we. And we're ready to match that physicality and also use our skill as an advantage, and hopefully come out with a win.
Okay, let's pretend I don't know a lot about basketball. What does switch 1 through 5 mean? We're pretending now. I, of course, know what it means.
Yeah, of course, Jim could diagram that.
But for all of us, all the other people out here, what does switch 1 through 5 mean?
I like that. Thank you for asking me about that. So, for example, I'll put it in our terms. Say JQ has the ball, and Charles in practice, Charles is guarding that same team 5 or the other team's 5. So, for example, say it's JQ and Mark, guarding each other, right? JQ has the ball. Mark is guarding him. Say Charles sets the screen for JQ.
Right.
And Pringle guarding Charles. So then once they set that screen, then Pringle is right there, who was guarding Charles before, is now guarding JQ. And that's 1 through 5. So 1 through 1, 1 through 2, 1 through 3, 4, and 5. So positions down the board.
Does that maybe open the door for you guys to get some favorable matchups you would like in that situation? Is that what you try to do at that point?
Exactly. We're searching for the 1 and 5 matchup for Q to, break down and get downhill, get to the rim, or we're, searching for the 5 and 1 matchup where Charles is down there using his size and length to finish over the top. So, and then we have matchups with B Mill, B Mill is 6'9", and, they switch 1 through 3 as well, obviously 1 through 5. So get that switch as well. So we have a lot of things that we can use when it comes to switching 1 through 5 and different ways to attack that defense.
I bet when the guy switches off Brandon Miller, he's like, oh, thank God. Woo! Yeah. I'm glad somebody set a screen on me so I can switch off Brandon Miller. Nimari Burnett joins us each week, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive, focusing on basketball. Don't forget to keep the focus on your car as well. ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. While we're talking about, while we're going in depth on basketball philosophy here, I have seen it attributed to your head coach, Nate Oates, as saying shooting percentage does not determine whether you win or lose. It just determines how much you win or lose by. Can you explain to us what your head coach means by that? Because some people are like, oh, Alabama, they could shoot their way out of a game. Your head coach actually disagrees with that.
I definitely agree with Oates, and that is through and due to our game plan defensively. So defensively, we have the capabilities of, shutting teams out and keeping them below 50, below 60. And, even on a bad shooting night, we can score 60 or 70. So imagine a good shooting night, you get 80, 90s, and then that's when the blowouts happen, 90 to 50 or 80 to 50, 80 to 60, and so forth.
Let me preface this by saying the guy over there, Ryan Brown's got a poster of this guy on his wall, but Charles Bediako, is he the most improved player on this team this year?
I would have to agree. He is definitely the most improved player. The way that he's improved, honestly, throughout the season from the start is amazing to see. And his rim protection, you'd think it couldn't get any better, but it gets better and better. He learns through film and, just repetition. He sees how he can help. And depending on his matchup, too, if he has a shooting 5, it's a little bit less help. But if it's a guy who's physical in the post, he can help and be in the paint. And that's what is a big part of our defense and why we're so good defensively. So he's definitely one of the most improved players defensively, and he definitely gives us a pocket threat as far as, JQ getting the ball in a ball screen, or Mark or JB, even B. Mill getting the ball screen, and Charles is in the pocket and he can make reads to the corners or finish himself. So he's improved all across the board.
I would like to clarify. You are our favorite Alabama basketball player, Nimari. I mean, the poster thing was a joke. You're our favorite. You know that, right?
Much love. No, I appreciate that.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Did want to ask a random question because Dunaway brought up your Jumpman Jordan hoodie. How does the shoe game work? Because I've seen Brian Hodgson on the bench wearing his Pandas. Do you guys can you grab whatever Nikes you want?
That's what it kind of comes down to. Is as long as they're matching colors, they're not, we're wearing black and somebody's wearing pink, or somebody's wearing blue with the black, or whatever the case may be. That's what we're looking for. So as long as they're Nike or Jordans, and Nike and Jordan has a wide variety of shoes, as you guys know, and they have, in my opinion, the best shoe style. So it goes well. He definitely has a shoe game on the sidelines.
If you happen to have an extra 11 laying around, just let me know. That'll work out fine. No jokes about just an 11, please. So we're heading to the Sweet 16. The other night, Brandon makes this unbelievable defensive play. And then we're coming back down to the other side, and it's a pass out to Brandon. He drains a 3. You're known for your defense as well. When you make a defensive play at one end and you're transitioning to the other side, do you feel like you almost deserve that shot? Give it to me. Give me the shot, a chance to drain to 3, because it was such a great play at one end, and then he gets the shot, and you knew when he let it go it was going to go in because it was such a great defensive play. As a guy who plays the D and shoots the ball, do you sort of want to see that guard give it back to you?
Oh, most definitely. That's the beauty of our team. Like, we know when a guy makes a huge defensive play, is like reward him ASAP, And then the other thing is, good basketball, like defense, turns into offense. So you make a big play, you make an energetic play, block, steal, whatever the case may be, looking to get a run out, get a layup, a dunk, or, a transition 3. It fuels the whole pace of the game. If the momentum is on one side, it shifts to the other. So it's a huge play for the whole entire team.
Is there something you would think that would surprise us? No is an acceptable answer here. About participating in the NCAA tournament. Like, we look at it from a fan's point of view. As a player, what might surprise the average fan that is different for you guys in the NCAA tournament?
That's a great question. This probably doesn't really answer your question fully, but one thing that I noticed is when I watched the other NCAA games, especially the ones that were played in Birmingham and we were watching from home, we were like, the court doesn't feel like how it looks on TV.
Interesting.
For some odd reason. Like, I think it's maybe the depth perception, or it doesn't look fully like it, but once you step on there, it feels like everything, like especially the Legacy Arena, everything was dark in the stands, and it was like the lights on the court, and I thought that was really cool. That's really about it. I mean, obviously, the stakes are higher. That's one thing for sure.
Yeah.
listen, we've known Nate since he took this job, and I know you're around him a lot. I don't know if I've ever seen him eat like a donut or a piece of cake or any sweet. The guy has zero body fat. Does he ever cheat on his regimen? Does he ever grab a donut?
But behind the scenes, he does occasionally, as we all do. But no, he takes very good care of his body, and we all eat right as a team, and he definitely kind of sets that standard, and he takes care of himself. Like he has workouts the day of a game or before a game, so he's on top of it.
Yeah, but what's your kryptonite? What's the kryptonite that will trip you up in the food game?
It's been tough because it's an easy answer for that right now. Crumble cookies has been our downfall as a team, but in a good way. I mean, honestly, since we've been eating it as a team on road trips,
right,
it's been helping win. So keep the crumble cookies coming. So yeah,
those things are so freaking big.
Not a good lineup this week, by the way.
What, the crumble lineup?
Yeah,
what do they got?
5 new cookies a week. Not a good lineup. That's not for me. Not a good lineup.
No.
It's like raspberry cheesecake or something like that.
I didn't even know they had a weekly lineup.
Oh yeah, that crumble cookie lineup could trip you right up, man, if it's a good one.
So if Nate Oates was to skin off, which I would assume he never would do, like Eric Musselman, I would assume Oates would look better than Musselman looked.
That's
right?
a weird question.
No, most definitely. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen him take off his shirt. Good thing he doesn't take off his shirt. But I think 9 times out of 10 he probably would look better.
Yeah. By the way, one of us, and I'll let you choose which will be the worst. One of us is the penalty for losing the bracket challenge up here has to do 12-month calendar, probably mostly with his shirt off. Which one do you think would be the worst? And obviously, I'm the answer, right? Because I'm sort of, crumble cookie in the middle.
Hey, why don't you guys give Nimari what the challenges are and see which one he thinks is worse?
Which one is the worst, okay? Brown, tell him yours.
Okay, so if I lose, I have to go to the Appleton, Wisconsin Testicle Festival. Deep fried testicles, yes. That's quite the look you just gave me, yeah.
Okay, if I lose...
I think that's the worst, but keep it.
He says, I'll stop you there.
Okay, let me let you know first, I cannot sing. I've never written a song, but I've got to write an original country song. I've got to record it. I've got to perform it live on stage somewhere, and then I've got to do a music video for it.
Noted.
Yep. And then mine is, if I lose, it's a 12-month calendar we'll sell for charity. They dress me up each month. For instance, in February, I'll have a bow and arrow and a diaper on, and that's it, as Cupid. And then there'll be 11 other monthly things. So,
okay, I'm going to break everything down. I think the country thing would be funny. It would be hilarious. So it wouldn't be terrible. It would be more funny than like bad. Man, the first one really got me. The
Testicle Festival? Yeah.
What?
I'm going to switch 1 through 5 when I'm there, though. Don't worry.
I really feel like you guys dressing them might win it.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I think the ideas that you guys have come up with would be hilarious.
Yeah. My wife agrees with you, by the way, and she has seen it without clothes on before, so she knows how these guys don't know how bad it's going to be. She has seen it for 24 years.
Chewed gum, Nimari, chewed gum.
All right, so is the crumble cookie, is it every crumble rock star? They're all the same?
No, it's a lineup every week.
Well, I know, but is it the same store?
I think it goes differently in different
well, never mind.
parts of the country. But Alabama, I'm sure the Alabama ones are all the same.
Sea salt. Here's what I got, Nimari. Sea salt toffee.
I would try that.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, lemon poppy seed. That sounds like an awful cookie.
No.
Monster, which has got the M&Ms in it.
I do that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Texas sheet cake, warm, cakey chocolate cookie with fudge glaze and crunchy toasted pecans.
Too much.
Oh, he says no to that.
No. Raspberry cheesecake.
No.
Or classic pink sugar cookie.
The classic pink is good because it comes cold.
Yeah.
Damn, Rockstar, you got a subscription to this?
We got one by the house.
Rockstar, you played. I did not know you were running for Nate Oates. I didn't know you played. So I mean,
you go wrong with the classic pink sugar. Honestly, it's not a good lineup. Like you said, it's yeah, it's not good this week.
Okay,
All right.
we'll call ahead to Louisville and see if
Yeah.
they'll change the lineup for you guys since
Yes.
you're coming to town as the 1 seed.
I'm sure Crumble will do an Alabama-oriented lineup to get you guys to Houston. Nimari, thank you very much for the time, man. Best of luck in Houston. We look forward to talking to you next week.
Thank you. See you guys soon.
You too, buddy. Best of luck in Louisville. Was not flashing ahead to Houston, but it still stands. All right. Nimari brought to you by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com.
Forster's right. Nate cheat day is water, and he washes it down with more water.
He drinks a lot of water.
They will go to a little ice today. You crazy?
Slow down, Coach. Slow down. Always good catching up with Nimari. All right, part of the show being brought to you by JohnsonRVCenter.com. I forget who it was. I'll chase the name down.
All
real
right.
quick.
I'll tell everybody, though, Dunaway, you can make every weekend spring break. My kid's spring break. Lance, your kid's spring break starts next week. You can make every week spring break with our friends at Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you're going to find everything. JohnstonRVCenter.com. I'm talking about lifetime warranties on new and used models under 2 years old. Best deals in the state on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motorhomes, toy haulers. Closeout deals on the 22s. They still got 23s arriving. They got great deals at I-65 exit, 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I won't use his name because it's a very unique name, but he wrote in and said, just in case he's giving this as a prize or something, he went to Johnson RV and bought a new Gray Wolf.
Heck yeah.
He said, great sponsor, and loves Nick Johnson and the staff up
Good
there,
people.
took care of him. And we appreciate you supporting them, man. Thank you so much. And
you get those for $199 a month, 10% down in approved credit right
hope
now.
you
too.
enjoyed that Gray Wolf and go see America this year. Maybe roll it into a game with the Tide or the Tigers this football season. All right, we roll on. LT's got our 4 downs when we come back. Nimari Burnett's on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. He's now podcasted along with Clay Travis from earlier in the show. And Reese Davis from yesterday. You can go check that out. Always available on your time, whether you're getting that live on TuneIn Radio and on iHeartRadio, Odyssey, Alexa, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts, right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. 3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the next round. About to get to 4 downs here in just a second. Been a busy show. We appreciate you guys being along for the ride today. We'll have a lot more football and basketball as we lead up. Always appreciate Nimari Burnett being so kind when he's with us and sends us, DMs and stuff, just thanking us afterwards. Just a great young man there, and wish him nothing but the best as they continue on their run coming up this weekend. It's now the top story on ESPN.com about Tony Mitchell. And their big takeaway is suspended Alabama DB Tony Mitchell drove 141 miles per hour before his arrest. And I knew that would eventually, as it made its way through the media, would eventually become one of the talking points, that he hit such a high speed trying to allegedly avoid law enforcement there, part of the arrest. Nick Saban commenting last night that Tony Mitchell is suspended from the team and team activities until the school is through investigating that incident there. 4 downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, make sure if you're heading on a road trip that you stop by and see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, because a dead battery is not going to get you there. They've got 4 locations throughout Birmingham. It's who we trust our cars with here on the next round. Tell them the guys from the next round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, we're going to split this up between the teams now. What is the deepest run between all of the hosts here? What is the deepest run Rick Pitino makes at St. John in the NCAA tournament?
I mean, apparently that job is really difficult. When you look at some of the coaches that have taken it, Mike Jarvis, Steve Lavin, Chris Mullen, Mike Anderson, none of those guys could do anything with it. I'm going to say the deepest will be a Sweet 16.
Yeah,
Sweet 16.
I'll give him Sweet 16. I think he can. He's done it everywhere. Any big job now. Iona, again, that's not a big enough job. But any big job he's had, he's going Sweet 16. And look, I mean, let's be honest about this. If Fairleigh Dickinson can do it, I mean, a 16 seed, I'm not saying it's not hard to do, but I am saying there's so much parity in basketball now.
Well, FDU only made it to 32.
Well, all right, if Florida Atlantic can do it.
Okay.
All right, there's one. If Florida Atlantic can do it, if Princeton can do it, why could he not do it at St. John's? He's done it everywhere else. I'll go Sweet 16.
A really, really tough conference in the Big East. 16 seems like a good landing point. I'll go 16 as well.
Second down.
Who takes an NFL snap first? And this includes preseason games, just getting an opportunity. Cam Newton, who's throwing at Auburn's Pro Day, or A.J. McCarron, who's burning up the XFL right now, and it accounts preseason. And both or none can be an answer.
I'm going to go none.
Neither. Okay.
I would go neither as well. Yeah. I mean,
you don't think either one of them is on a NFL roster to take a shot at it?
I do not, no. I mean, I agree with Lance. I don't know that either A.J. McCarron or Cam Newton is among the 32 best quarterbacks available to the NFL right now.
Yeah, and even if they're in the 64, I mean, backup quarterbacks. They don't get work unless somebody gets hurt.
And I would imagine you have to pay these guys to a certain level that you may not want to pay them as a backup.
Well, especially Cam. I mean,
there's a veterans minimum.
There's a veterans minimum, which both of them, I guess, would be eligible
Yep.
for the veterans minimum. It's like 4 years in a game. Is that the way the veterans minimum works? I
I'm
think.
not sure, but they definitely would be.
There's also other minimums that kick in if you're further into the league, I think. And they may have both been in the league so much they may get a little juice on top of that.
But on top of that, I mean, Cam Newton is a former MVP that has quarterbacked in a Super Bowl. I don't think he's going to take a budget deal to be your backup either. I mean, I think he's going to want to be paid a little bit.
Yeah, the chat room agrees with neither on
I'd
you
go
guys
neither.
there. I'll go neither as well. You're right.
Third down.
On this day in 1963, Alcatraz closed its doors.
Oh,
really?
man, that's unfortunate.
So since 63, we've never kept prisoners.
Isn't that crazy?
There? Crazy.
So my question to you guys, well, twofold. Have y'all ever been to Alcatraz?
I have.
I've seen it from the shore.
I've seen it from the shore, standing next to Dunaway.
Who are you with?
Well, actually, we ate at a restaurant right there on the pier in San Francisco.
Dunaway, what we do is be acceptable.
Yeah, but I've actually
Rockstar. That was over the line right there.
Yeah,
it's over the line.
Why did you guys not go to Alcatraz?
Well, it was long. It was going to take a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we're usually working on these trips.
Well, we were eating at the time.
Yeah.
We were at a restaurant on the Fisherman's Wharf there in San Francisco, and I remember they had a bread bowl of clam chowder that I ate, and it was phenomenal. And you could see they had us seated at a table.
You see how passionate he was about that clam chowder?
We actually
Are you
asked,
hungry right now?
I am starving.
We actually asked for a seat with a view.
Yeah, we had a table with a view, so they sat us at a two-person table right next to the window overlooking the bay, and you can see Alcatraz off in the distance.
Yeah.
So I could see it, but
Did y'all share the bowl, the bread bowl?
We didn't. He did
No.
let me pinch a little of the bread.
Yeah, I said, Dunaway, dip some bread in this clam chowder. It is so freaking
Try
good.
this.
So my question, though, back to Alcatraz. And I've got a feeling that both or one of you guys have seen both of these movies. Better Alcatraz movie, Escape from Alcatraz with Clint Eastwood, or The Rock with Sean Connery?
I would go
and
Escape
Nick
from Alcatraz. I've seen them both. I'd go Escape
What
from
was
Alcatraz.
that? The third one, Leo DiCaprio and the Blinds. What was it?
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island.
That wasn't in Alcatraz.
Jesus.
Oh.
That's a big swing and a miss there.
That wasn't an Alcatraz?
Shawshank Redemption for me.
I'll go The Rock then. He's good.
Have you seen The Rock?
He's good in everything.
No, Jim. The Rock is not in The Rock. Yeah.
I don't
never mind.
I don't think I've seen any Alcatraz movie. I've seen it twice, Rockstar. The island from afar. Once with Brown on Fisherman Wharf side. Once on the other side with Rick and Bubba eating dinner at Sausalito. Yeah, on the other side of the bridge.
Now, you could also see it when we went and saw the Golden Gate Bridge. And
Oh, that's right.
What-
That's
You guys had a day.
Yeah, it was the same day.
They probably went and looked at the Full House. Did you?
We did go look at the Full
Y'all
House.
didn't go to Alcatraz and you looked at the Full House?
Literally, you drive right by it. It's right there at the Golden Gate Bridge, Lance. My gosh.
I
You're
just
so
I
judgmental.
thought you were a big
I didn't
history
go in it.
guy.
What?
I think it would be fascinating to go to Alcatraz. If I ever go to San Francisco,
I
I'm going to
honestly
Alcatraz.
think we looked at it and it was sold out. I do think we looked at it and that day was sold out.
I don't remember that. I do remember when we were pointing things out up on the Golden Gate Bridge, and I got down on my knee to tie my shoe, and you were like, no, not here.
It's awesome. Get him, Brown.
No. I will say this. You stand by
Lunsford is dead on.
You stand by the Golden Gate Bridge. You stand.
Did y'all go to Pebble Beach, by the way?
Yeah, we went to Pebble Beach. We
Pebble
had
Beach.
lunch at Pebble Beach too.
Of course.
Yeah. You stand on the bridge. You stand by
grind, man.
You stand by the Golden Gate Bridge and you look at Alcatraz. There is zero chance somebody could swim those waters. Not a chance.
Well, if you're escaping prison, you give the old
Oh,
college
you give it
try.
the old college try, but I don't
Yeah.
think you can make it. Yeah.
And by the way, if you're standing in Brown really believes if you're standing on the rock and John Kennedy's coming by in a boat, one man could not shoot that guy.
No doubt. I think that's easy right there. Let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
Today, Matthew Broderick turns age. Matthew Broderick, Lance, born this day.
Oh, Matthew Broderick is 62.
Ferris Bueller Day Off?
61. If you're Matthew Broderick and you could only be known for one movie, would you choose?
Let's go eat.
Biloxi Blues.
Over Glory?
No,
Glory's a
Ferris
really good
Bueller.
movie.
It's Ferris Bueller.
You'd go Ferris Bueller over Glory?
Yeah,
but Glory's the more serious role that you want to
Yeah,
go with.
but I mean, the iconic film really is Ferris Bueller. He was Ferris Bueller. People are still wearing those T-shirts. I thought he was miscasting Glory.
I did too. I did not like his role in that movie at all.
That movie was Denzel and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
And Carrie Elwes.
Well, I mean, he played a pretty big role in it.
He did.
What if I had gone Matthew Broderick? Better career, him or his wife?
Oh, that would be Sarah or Jessica
Oh,
Parker.
Matthew Broderick. I mean, she did Sex in the City, and what else? Footloose is Rusty.
No, but I think what he is saying
He
is
also
that
did Broadway. He did the producers.
Yeah.
I think that is so iconic, Sex in the City, the way it was written, done really early in HBO's days.
So was Ferris Bueller, but yeah, no, I would agree.
That may be more of an impact on the way things are done for HBO.
Was she the least sluttiest of the four on the show?
She had more of a regular boyfriend on the role, right? Yeah, she was not the least sluttiest, no. Which I think is defaming because you'd be patting me on the back if I was having sex as much as a woman. So I don't like that, that word.
Well, go see Miss Pippin.
Yeah. But I think, and not that I've seen every episode, but I think the younger one was the least sexual. Then I think the lawyer was the second least sexual. Sarah Jessica Parker was the third one, and then the entertainment person was the most active.
Was that the old cougar that didn't want to be in the remake?
Yes. I think I've got that correct.
Lunsford said you're kind of right. I love that Lunsford
I love
knows.
that Lunsford knows. Yeah, I'm not shocked at that at all.
I don't think you even watched the movie, did you?
No, I refuse to watch movies.
You know, I got to say something real quick, unrelated. You know, Oppenheimer's coming out. It's going to be a great Christopher Nolan movie. And talking to Lunsford, him and his wife see a lot of movies. I said, I'm excited about seeing Oppenheimer. I want to go see that. And he goes, well, there's a problem. We don't know what we're going to go see because that's the same day that the Barbie movie opens.
Oh, my God.
Lunsford?
I don't know why this got brought up, but
did you
they
say
both
it?
come out the same day, so it's just a debate on which one we go see first.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see
Well,
both.
the
that
roommate
weekend.
dressed you like the inspiration was the who was it?
Jake
Ryan
Gyllenhaal.
Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Oh, Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal. Ryan Gosling was your inspiration.
No. I'm glad she sees me that way.
I call him Hammer because he nailed it.
You're welcome. And that's 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, if you're heading on a road trip, spring break, dead battery's not going to get you there before your next road trip. You take your vehicle down, see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. For more information, vulcantireandauto.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Brown's about to give you a mybookie.ag odds on the World Baseball Classic tonight, Japan and America for the championship. Bobby wrote in last night. I hope at least one of the Next Round guys was watching that WBC game just now. That was freaking amazing. Japan and USA tomorrow night in the championship game, which is tonight now, 6 o'clock on Fox. Japan has 126 million people. 62 million people in Japan watch Japan versus Korea. Some fantastic games this season. It has been amazing, the baseball played on the field and the attendance, but it's being played here in the U.S. around the NFL free agency, the NFL Combine, the rush for the playoffs in the NBA, and more importantly, the NCAA tournament. What would you guys think about moving this thing right in the middle of the baseball season, sort of like what they do for the World Cup or something, and just stop the season and play this in 2 weeks right in the middle of the Major League Baseball season, in the heat of summer when there's nothing else going on?
I don't know. It still doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to watch.
Okay.
So
real quickly, mybookie.ag.
Sorry to blow you up on that one.
To get to that right there.
Mybookie.ag, code Next Round. Mybookie.ag, code Next Round. All the big games coming up this weekend. The Crimson Tide of Alabama right now holding as a 7.5-point favorite over San Diego State. Right there in that same Louisville region, 9.5-point favorite is where you find Creighton. You can play those games, all the games this weekend at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code Next Round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. Code Next Round gives you a signing bonus up to $2,000. No strings attached. You bet it once. It's yours forever. Don't have to bet it 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 times. Yours forever after you bet it one time when you use code Next Round. All the games. Everything. Weekly blackjack tournaments right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code Next Round. Mybookie.ag, code Next Round.
All right. You were going to say something
I was
about
just going to say first pitch, local time for Japan is going to be 8 a.m. in the morning. You think sports bars will be packed?
They will be. They will be. I think people they may take the day off work.
I mean, a big deal, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, they probably will.
Yeah. U.S. is skinny favorite is what you're telling me?
Yeah, minus 140.
Yeah. So that's tonight on Main Fox at 6 o'clock this evening. Alabama softball dropped one yesterday, 2-1 loss to Arkansas. They're off to a 1-2 start in softball this year. And LT's women's bracket, another
Indiana.
number one went down.
Should have known. Indiana's a Johnny-come-lately in the women's hoops.
And how about this? We told you yesterday it's the first time a number one had not made it to the Sweet 16 since 2009. Now 2 ones are out before the Sweet 16. Miami's women beat Indiana's women. Guess what Miami's men did? They beat the Indiana men and knocked them out of the men's NCAA tournament.
What a roll for Miami.
Hurricanes over Hoosiers. Not once, but twice. That's nice. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.